Hello guys, welcome to DTW Tutorials. Welcome. Okay, so today's video is on the WASSCE 2018 Mathematics Theory Core Questions Solved and Explained. Okay, that's the complete 13 theory core questions solved and explained. That's your part A and part B. Okay, so if it's your first time on this channel, DTW Tutorials, an educational channel where we support students in West Africa and Africa and all over the world with free videos on maths and also on physics. Okay, we support you in your WAEC, in your JAM, your post-UME, name it. We support you in your exam, in your education. All right, so if it's your first time, please try to click the subscribe button to support us to do more. All right, to grow this channel. All right, and just just generally to support this ministry to move forward. All right, please click that subscribe button. Please support me to grow. Okay. And also, please give this video a thumbs up. And also, if you have any comments or questions, feel free to drop a comment in the comment section below. And also, please try to share this video. All right, I know the maths exam is just is on the 16th of May. So please, I need you to help me and also help your friends, your colleagues, all right, in Liberia, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Gambia, and also in Nigeria right here. Please share with your friends, okay, your loved ones, your family, friends. Share with all of them so that it can help them prepare for their forthcoming exams. Okay, and I've gotten several requests from students, that should treat the theory question and also solve the graph aspect. So in this video, I've done all that. Okay, so there are 3 graphs that I've solved here and explained in this video. So it's going to help you in your forthcoming exam. And let me also give you a brief detail of the theory part. Okay, the theory part, we have 2 sections. You have this section A, which is compulsory. You have 5 compulsory questions there, which you have to answer. And those 5 compulsory sections, it has, I think the mark assigned to it is 40 marks. So each question has 8 marks. So please try and make sure you maximize your 5 compulsory questions. Make sure you get them well, okay? Because it will help you in the second part, which carries 60 marks, okay? The second part of the theory, that's section B. There are 8 questions and you have to choose 5 from them, and they are quite difficult. That's where you have your graph, you have your bearing, you have your cycle geometry, you have several a bit difficult advanced maths, okay, but still general maths, not further maths, all right? But it carries 60 marks, those 5 questions. So each question in that part B is 12 marks. So you have to maximize your first part. Try to make sure you get enough marks. At least if you can get 40, if you can get that 40, you'll be fine, because your theory question, the total marks assigned to your theory questions, all the you're going to answer altogether 10 out of 13. Okay, it carries 100 marks altogether, while your OBJ takes 50 marks. Okay, the OBJ, I'm sure you are also going to maximize the marks from there. So make sure you get enough marks in your objective questions. And when it comes to your theory question, please make sure you get the compulsory 5 theory questions well, do them well, state your workings well. Then in the part that is difficult, okay, make sure you keep enough time. Okay, don't waste so much time in your 5 compulsory subject questions. So make sure you keep enough time for the difficult part, which is your part B, okay, where you are going to select just 5 questions from it. Okay, and please let me give you a tip now. In selecting your questions from your part B, okay, you might get into the exam hall, and in that part B, you might know, let's say you have 6A, you might not know 6B, you might not know 6C. Okay, so in selecting, make sure you at least, let's say you have 6A, B, and C. Make sure you know at least 6A and 6B. Okay, so you can maximize. As I told you, in the second part, you have to pick 5 questions from 8. Okay, so and each of those 5 questions, the mark assigned to it is 12. So make sure when you have a 6A, B, and C, make sure you can answer at least 2. So you can answer 6A and you can answer 6 B. And don't forget all those 6AI, 6AI. Please make sure you maximize enough marks, okay? Don't just pick a question and you just only know 6A. No, you are going to lose marks. All right, so in selecting your question, you also have to have you also have to add some wisdom to it. All right, so that's a tip. I'm just taking out time to let you know. Okay, and please, this video is not for sale. Please, I beg you, I've done this freely, giving my time and energy, my brain power to this. Please, I've done this freely, so it is not for sale. You can see that this video is about 4 hours plus, okay, 4 hours plus, and I think the time for your exam, for the theory aspect, the time you're given in your exam is 2 hours 30 minutes. So I've spent an extra 1 hour 30 minutes to explain thoroughly each and every question. And you know, your exam, you're only told to solve 10 questions, but I've solved all the 13 questions for you, and I've explained it in depth. Okay, so I've taken out time to make sure I explain this thoroughly for you so you could pass your exam. All I just need you to do is share to your friends, your family, your loved ones, to help them in their forthcoming exams. Okay, if you also have a junior ones preparing for the WAEC 2020, also share this channel to them and support us to grow. Make sure, please, you subscribe to this channel, give this video a thumbs up, and also share this video. And one more thing, you can also go to our blog, which is www.dtwtutorials.com, to check for your WAEC syllabus, you know, just to check if you've covered some particular topics in your maths or any other subject. Okay, you can go to our blog. The syllabus for WAEC is free to download there, and there are other several resources also there on the blog for you, okay, which is absolutely word free. All right, so without wasting much time, let's get on to the video. But still, don't forget, Jesus Christ is coming soon. Give your life to Christ. You are destined to win in this forthcoming WASSCE 2019 examination. Alright, so let's get on to the video. Theory question 1 of the WASSCE 2018 mathematics past question says a used car was purchased at 900,000 naira. Its value depreciated by 30% in the first year. In each subsequent year, the depreciation was 22% of its value at the beginning of that year. If the car was bought on 1st March 2011, calculate correct to the nearest 100 naira the value of the car on the 28th of February. Okay, so if the car was bought on the 1st of March 2011, that we should calculate to the nearest 100 naira the value of the car on the 28th of February. That's just 28th of February should be the last day of February. Then that's then the next day is the 1st. Okay, the car was bought on the 1st, but we're told to calculate to the nearest 100 the value of the car after this depreciation. All right, and I hope we remember what depreciation means. Depreciation is the loss in the value of a good or maybe goods in time with time. Okay, let's say you bought for instance, you bought a maybe 2017 Hyundai. All right, that's maybe you bought in the year 2017, but right now in 2019 the amount will depreciate. Okay, because there's a latest model now in town with better features and all that. So that Hyundai you bought in the year 2017, you can't sell it at the same price in the year 2019 because the amount, the value of that car would have depreciated by a particular percent. Okay, so that's the meaning of depreciation, which is what the loss in the value of goods with time. And you should know that it sometimes is referred to as book value, which is the amount of what the worth of a good after a time interval, which is what the book value of that particular good. All right, and I hope we know to get the amount of an item that has depreciated, okay, at a particular time interval in a particular rate. The formula to get the amount is what A, which represents amount, is equal to what? Our principal bracket 1 minus our rate. Okay, our rate is in percent, then all raised to the power of what? N, where N represents the number of years. Okay, and rate is the percentage it's depreciated by. All right, and P is our principal. So this is a formula to find the amount a particular good has depreciated to. All right, and if you remember in finding compound the formula for finding compound interest for amounts, you will notice that there's a plus here. Okay, it's a plus because, you know, compound interest, that's interest being compounded, but this is depreciation. That's why we have a negative sign. It is what reducing. All right. Okay. So this is the formula we're going to use here in our question. So so how do we solve this now? Now we know our principal is what 900,000 naira. All right. And the first thing is its value depreciated by 30% in the first year. So we're to find the value at it was bought 2011. We're to find the final value at February 28, 2015. All right. So the first year, the depreciation rate of the first year, according to our question, is 30%. So the depreciation rate, let's just quickly write this here. Depreciation rate for first year is what? First year, okay, that's first year, is equal to what? 30%. So the amount at February 28, 2012, okay, because the car was bought 2011, and the question says its value depreciated by 30% the first year. So the first year will be 2012. That's after 2011 is 2012. So the first year is 2012. So let's check the amount it would be at 2012 with this value of depreciation. So putting our formula, our amount will be our principal is 900,000. Okay, all that's multiplied by bracket 1 minus 30. All right, and this is in percent, so it will be 30 divided by 100. All right, and this is the first year, just 1 year we're looking at, so this will be all raised to the power of 1. So here we have 900,000 times 30 divided by 100 will give us 0.3, right? And 1 minus 0.3 will give us what would that give us? That will give us 0.7. And when you punch in your calculator, 900 times 0.7 will give us what? It's going to give us 690 what? It's going to give us 630,000. All right, so this is the amount and the first year, okay, after the depreciation of 30%. So now, and the question says, in each subsequent year after the first year, that's 2012, the depreciation was 22% of its value at the beginning of that year. So at 2012. So we're going to use this amount to get the next amount for the next year, which will be February let us write this here. It's going to be February. Our next year is February 2013. Okay, so here we have amount to be equal to this amount, 630 times bracket 1 minus 22 over 100. Okay, all raised to the power of 1. Okay, so here what do we have? Let's draw a line here. Okay, so here we have okay, let's start from here. So here we have A is equal to 630,000 times, this is 1 minus 22 over 100, that is 1 minus 0.22. And what is 1 minus 0.22? 1 minus 0.22 will give us 0.78. So when we punch in our calculator, this value is going to give us that's going to give us 491,000. All right, 400. All right, so punching your calculator, this value is going to give us 491,400. All right, so this is the amount in the year 2013. So let's find for the year 2014, that's February 28, 2014. All right, so we have here amount will be equal to, using our same formula, our principal here will be 4914. Okay, we always have to use the principal of the previous year. That's why we're using this of 2013. All right, so we have 491,400. all right, times bracket, that will be 1 minus still 22 over 100. All right, because the question says in each subsequent year the depreciation was 22%. all right, so we're going to use it the 22% depreciation till we get to 2015 after we've applied for the first year of 30% according to our question. All right, okay, so here 1 minus 22 over 100, we already have the value here. It is what 0.78, which we got here. Okay, so we just multiply this. So we have, for you in your own working in your theory questions, make sure you write everything. All right, don't skip the way, or let's just do it together. Okay, so we have 491,400 times what 0.78. okay, and what will this give us if we multiply this? Punch in your calculator. In WAEC, calculators are allowed. So we have here, we're going to have naira. Make sure the final answer you put here, you always put your naira. All right, so we're going to have naira 383,292. all right, so this is the depreciation for 2014. So let's find the final amount it depreciated by in 2015. all right, so we have February 28, 2015. So we are going to use this amount still. So we have the amount to be equal to what? 393,292, okay, multiplied by bracket 1 minus 22 divided by 100. all right, so we have 292 times 0.78, and when you punch in your calculator, what is this value going to give us? We are going to have naira 298, that's 298,967.76. okay, so this is our final answer. But remember, it says calculate to the nearest 100 naira. all right, so to the nearest 100 naira, so this is 100, right? And here we already have a 900 here. If we approximate, this 6 will come here to give us a 10, and we also have to carry that 1 to this 8. So to our nearest 100, we're going to have, since we've carried 1 here, 1 plus 8 is what? 9. So we are going to have 299,000 naira. So this is our final amount that the car would be. okay, that's the final book value at 2015 following this rate. all right, so this is our final answer, 299,000 naira. Question 2A of the WASSCE 2018 Mathematics Theory Past Questions. It says the graph of y equal to 2p x squared minus p square x. I think this should be a minus 14 here. Minus 14 passes through the points 3 and 10. That is what? X and y. Find the values of p. okay, you can see here, find the values. That means we're going to have two values of p. okay, so we're going to answer question 2A here. Then the next screen, we're going to answer 2B. all right, okay, so we have this graph. Y is equal to 2px squared minus p squared x minus what? 14. okay, passes through the point 3 and 10. So we have 3 and what? 10. And this is what? X and y. So let us put in the value. So you're going to state here, okay, you say substitute. This is a theory question, so you have to state all your working costs. It carries a mark. okay, so you say substitute the value of, let's draw a line here so we have enough space. The value of x equal to 3 and y equal to 10 into what? Into the equation. okay, I'm abbreviating this, but make sure you write it in full. Into the equation, y is equal to what? 2p square minus p square x minus what? 14. okay, so you have this here. So let's substitute this value now. You can see you've already stated, not that you just if it was OBJ, you just start solving, but this is a theory question. Every step takes a mark, so make sure you state your workings. all right, okay, so we have here x is equal to 3, y is equal to 10. So put in here y equal to 10. So we have 10 here is equal to 2p. What is x? X is 3. So we have 3 bracket square minus p squared bracket, there's an x here, we'll put a 3 minus what? 14. All right, so what next? So we have here 10 is equal to 3 squared is what? 9. Is that not it? So we have 2p times 9 minus p squared times what? 3 minus what? 14. So let's arrange this properly. So we have 10 is equal to 9 times 2 will give us what? 18p, okay, minus 3 times this will give us what? 3p squared minus what? 14. All right, so what do? Let's take everything. I think since all these things are negative, let's take everything here so we can equate it to what? 0. Then we'll do what? We'll factorize to get the values of p. All right, so taking everything to this side, we have 10 taking minus 14 here, it will give us what? I think let's just quickly rearrange everything. All right, okay, in rearranging everything, the 3p squared would be the first value. So taking minus 3p squared to this other side, we have what? 3p squared. Okay, and taking 18p, which is a positive, to this other side, we're going to have a minus what? 18p. And we have our 10 here, which is a positive 10. Taking minus 14 to this other side, we're going to have what? A plus 14, equating everything equated towards 0. So here we have 3p squared minus what? 18p, and 10 plus 14 will give us what? 24. So plus what? 24 equal to what? 0. So here you can see that 3 can go in 18 and also in 24. So we can just simply cancel out 3. So we just have p alone. So this doesn't, it will be easier for us to factorize. All right. Can you see that 3 can go in 18 and also go in 24? So all you need to do is just state, okay, let's manage this space here. I'm going to just say divide both sides by 3. So you would divide here by 3, divide by 3, divide by 3. This will cancel out, okay, giving us 1. 3 in 18 will go how many times? 6 times. And 3 in 24, how many times will 3 in 24 go? It will go what? 8 times. So what are we left with here? We're left with what? P squared minus 6p plus what? 8 equal to what? 0. Okay, so this is what we're left with. So we have to now factorize. All right, I hope you remember factorization. If you don't remember, there's a video on my channel which explains factorization and also give examples. So in factorizing, you have to know the factors, okay? You have to get the factors of this last number here that doesn't have a coefficient, okay? Its factors and what's in the factors that you can add or subtract to get what? Minus what? 6p, okay? And what are the factors of 8? The factors of 8 are what? 1, 2, 4, and what? 8. So in these factors, what and what can we add or subtract that will give us what? Minus 6p? Is definitely what? 2 and 4. Okay, so we're going to add this into the equation. So we have p squared. Since we have a minus here, we're going to have a minus 2p minus what? 4p plus 8 equal to 0. You can see that minus 2p minus 4p will give us what? Minus 6p. And if you still don't understand your signs, there's a video on the channel on the digital channel that explains signs, your sign rules. All right, so try to watch that video to understand how minus 2p minus 4p gave us what? Minus 6p. All right, okay, so we have this here. So from here now we have to now factorize. So from here, what is common with p squared and 2p is a p. So we bring out a p bracket, what? P will remain, then minus what? 2. You can see if you open the bracket, if you multiply, we have p squared. P times p is p squared, and p times minus 2 is what? Minus 2p. Then here we have a negative here, since 4 carries a negative, and what's common with 4p and 8? What's common will be what? 4. So we bring out a 4, comma, and we have a p left here, and 8 divided by 4 will give us what? A 2. Okay, now we have to know which sign we are to put here. The sign we are to put here is a negative sign. Why? Because when we open up the bracket, minus times minus will give us what? A positive. We can, if we put a positive here, right, if we open up the bracket, minus times plus will give us what? A negative. and which our sign that 8 carries here is a positive. So you can see there's a conflict in the answer. So we have to use the opposite sign and not what's positive. All right. So minus times 4p will give us what? A minus 4p, and minus times minus 4 times minus 2 will give us what? A positive what? 8. So that's why we have this, and we equate it equal to what? 0. Then we take the common. All right. So we have here p minus 4. Since this is the same, we have the same coefficient factor here. So we have p minus 4 bracket p minus 2 equal to what? 0. So here we have p minus 4 equal to 0, or p minus 2 is equal to what? 0. So here we have p. Taking minus 4 to the other side, we are going to have a positive 4. And here we have p. Taking minus 2 to the other side, we are going to have a positive 2. So this is our answer. And so the values of p is either 2 or 4. Okay? So this is our final answer. Question 2b of the WASSCE 2018 Mathematics Theory Part question. It says 2 lines, this equation and this equation, intersect at the point Q. Find the coordinate of what? Q. Now, to find the coordinate of Q is just for us to get what? X and Y. And to get X and Y, since we have 2 lines here, is to solve by what? Simultaneous equation. And I hope you remember how to solve by simultaneous equation. If you don't remember, there's also a video on the DTW tutorials channel. Okay, you can check those videos out for you to understand simultaneous equations better. All right, so we have this here and this. So we have equation 1 and we have equation 2. So here I'm going to use elimination method. Okay, there are 2 methods to use in simultaneous equation. Is either you are using elimination method or you are using what? Substitution method. So here I'm going to use elimination method. All right, so I'll draw a line here, and all I need to do is try to eliminate one value. All right, so here in equation 1 we have 3y, and in equation 2 we have 4y. So to cancel out, I'm just going to multiply them, all right, by their different what? Integrals. Okay, so it can easily cancel out, so that y can easily cancel out. So here the coefficient of y here is 3, and that of y on equation 2 is what? 4. So I'm going to multiply. Okay, you're going to state here and just write by the side, multiply by 4, and here multiply by 3. All right, so we're going to do this. 4 times what? 3y. We're going to have what are we going to have? 12y minus 4 times 2x. We're going to have 8x equal to 4 times 21. We're going to have what? 84. And here we have 3 times 4y. We're going to have what? 12y. Then 3 times 5y. We're going to have plus 15 what? X. And 3 times 5 here we're going to have what? 15. So here we have equation. So here we're going to have equation 3 and equation 4. All right. Okay. So here we can now easily cancel out. All right. To easily cancel out this 12, we have to introduce a negative sign, because this is carrying a positive and a positive now, and we have to add up. But to cancel out, since they are the same, we have to introduce a negative sign. So 12y minus 12y becomes what? 0. So in introducing a negative sign, we'll just say here, all you need to now write on the side, since it's a theory question, you have to state your workings. So you say multiply by a minus sign. All right. Okay, so here we have minus. This will be minus times 12y will give us a minus. All right, and minus times this positive is going to change this value to a negative, and this is going to change this value to what? A negative, because this is a positive here. So from here 12y, we cancel out 12y. Here we're left with what? Minus 8x minus what? 15x. And what is minus 8x minus 15x? We're going to get what? Minus what? 23x equal to 84 minus 15. We're going to get what? 69. So the next thing to do here is to divide both sides by what? Minus 23 for us to get what? X. So you are going to write divide both sides by minus what? 23. So here we have minus 23x divided by minus 23 equal to what? 69 divided by minus 23. So minus 23 will cancel out minus 23, and x 69 divided by minus 23 will give us what? A minus what? 3. So x is what? Minus 3. Then the next thing you need to now state is for us to get our y, we can just substitute the value of x, which is equal to minus 3, into any of the equation. All right, and I'm going to pick what? Let's pick equation 2. Okay, so I'm picking equation 2. So you write here, you have to write that step down, please. Okay, this is your theory question, don't just solve like that. So you say substitute the value of x equal to minus 3 into equation 2. Okay, so here, what is equation 2? Equation 2 is what? 4y plus 5x equal to what? 5. So putting minus 3 into this equation, we have 4y plus 5 bracket minus 3 equal to what? 5. So we have 4y is equal to 4y plus, so we have 4y plus what? 5 times minus 3 will give us what? Minus what? 15 equal to what? 5. So we have here 4y, this plus and minus, if they multiply each other, we're going to have a negative what? 15 equal to what? 5. Alright, so let's take minus 15 to this side. We have 4y is equal to what? 5 plus 15. So we have 4y is equal to what? 20. Okay, 5 plus 15 is 20. Next thing, we divide both sides by what? 4. Divide both sides by 4. So we have 4y divided by 4 is equal to what? 20 divided by 4. So 4 will cancel out here 4, which will give us 1. And here 4 in 20 is how many times? 5 times. So we have y is equal to 5. So our coordinates, you're going to state now. So the coordinates of what? Q. The coordinates of Q is what? Bracket what? What's the value for x? X is what? Minus 3, comma what? And what's the value for y? The value of y is what? 5. So our coordinate of Q is what? Minus 3, comma 5. Alright, so this is our final answer. Question 3A of the WASSCE 2018 Mathematics Theory question. It says the diagonals of a rhombus are 10.2 centimeter and 9.3 centimeter long. Calculate correct to 1 decimal place the perimeter of the rhombus. Remember, I hope you remember how a rhombus look like. Okay, and remember a rhombus has all sides equal. Okay, all its sides are what? Equal. Okay, don't mind my drawing, okay, but all its sides are equal. Alright, but the diagonals are not. Okay, but its sides are equal. Okay, that's why you have this. Okay, so let's say this is the diagonal, the bigger diagonal, and this is smaller diagonal. Okay, so from here to here is what? 10.2 centimeter. And from here to here, let's just trace this down. From here to here is what? 9.3 centimeter. Okay, make sure you draw the rhombus. Okay, this is a theory question, so make sure you draw it. So make sure it's better than mine, all right, and label it properly. So from here to here is 9.3 centimeters. So whatever question, if it's a square, a rectangle, if it's a cylinder, make sure you just draw something. All right, don't just start calculating. Draw something, okay, and label the dimensions. All right, so if from here to here is 10.2 centimeter, so it would be divided what? Equally. All right, since all its sides are what? Equal. So we have here this. So what is 10.2 divided by 2? That's into 2 equal parts. Going to have on this side will be what? 5.1, and here will be what? 5.1. And what is 9.3 divided by 2? That's 2 equal parts. So here we are going to have 4.65 when we divide this by 2, and 4.65. All right, centimeter. Don't forget your centimeter. Okay, I'm just managing space here, but make sure you write it in your book. Okay, centimeter. So we have this. So the question says the perimeter of the rhombus. So we have to just get one side of the rhombus. Once we get one side of the rhombus, then we'll multiply by 4 to get the total perimeter, since it has what, 4 sides. All right, so to get one side, we can, this is a right angle triangle. Okay, since the rhombus diagonals are divided equally, so we have a right angle triangle here, and this we can use Pythagoras theorem to get this side, which is what, a hypotenuse. And remember, Pythagoras theorem, you have to state this, please. You say using, you just say using what, Pythagoras what theorem. Okay, and state the formula of the theorem using, let me draw this line here in case we need additional space. So using Pythagoras theorem, which says what, hypotenuse square is equal to what, our opposite square plus what, our what, adjacent square. Okay, so what is our we're looking for our hypotenuse. All right, so what's our opposite? Our opposite side is what, 5.1. So we're going to have here 5.1 centimeter square plus our adjacent is what, 4.65 centimeter square. Okay, so what do we have here now? If we punch in our calculator, this value is going to give us what, 26.01 plus we're going to have here 21.6225. okay, and don't forget we're dropping our hypotenuse square here. All right, so when we add this up together, what are we going to get? We're going to get what, 47.6325. all right, so this is a square here, so to get our hypotenuse alone, we are going to find the square root of what, 47.6325, and when you punch that in your calculator, you are going to get what, 6.902. so our hypotenuse is what, 6.902. so this is the side here. All right, and our question says what, we should find the what, perimeter. So if we know this side 6.902, so this side is also 6.902, this side is also 6.902, and this side is also 6.902. Either add up each side, all right, or you just say what, multiply by what, 4. okay, so our perimeter, so you state here our perimeter is equal to what, 6.902 times what, 4. And what will this give us? This is going to give us 27.6065 centimeter. And remember, our question says what, we should what, calculate correct to 1 decimal place. I hope you remember our decimal points. Okay, and this, approximating finding significant figure and your decimal place. All right, so here it says 1 decimal place, so you go to the decimal where it is. This is the decimal point, so from here you start counting. Okay, so here we are asked for just 1 decimal place, so after the decimal point we have 1. all right, so this is the first digit so this is the first integer. all right, and what is the next integer after this first integer? Is it greater than or equal to 5? Okay, is it greater than or equal to 5? No, it is not, so we can't approximate 1 to add up to 6. If it was greater than or equal to 5, let's say it was 5, we are going to approximate and add a 1 to 6, which will give us 7. all right, but this is 0, it is not equal to 5, or either is it greater than 5. all right, so from here to approximate to 1 decimal place, we have what, 27.6, since we can approximate 1 down here. all right, so we have 27.6 centimeter to what, 1 dp. all right, so this is our final answer. Question 3b of the WASSCE 2018 mathematics theory question says, given that sine x is equal to 3/5, and where you have 0 degree is what, less than x, which is what, less than 90 degree, find the value of what, 5 cos x minus 4 tan x. Okay, so from here, these are trigonometry, and remember your formula, which is called what, SOHCAHTOA. okay, where this is what, sine, and sine is what, your opposite of a hypotenuse your cosine, which is your c, is what adjacent over hypotenuse, and your t, which is your tan, is what opposite over what adjacent. All right, so here we have what is sine x. Let us draw our triangle. All right, so because this is what, according to this is 0 degree less than x, which is what less than 90, so it's a right angle or triangle. Okay, so we'll draw a triangle here, and this would be a right angle triangle, and this would be our what x. All right, so here we have, if this is x, so it means here is your what opposite. Is that not it? And this is your what adjacent, and this is your what hypotenuse. All right, so from here we're told that sine x is equal to what 3 over 5, which according to our formula so 3 is what your opposite and 5 is what your what hypotenuse. All right, okay, so we have this value here. Since sine x is what 3 over 5, which 3 is what opposite and 5 is what hypotenuse, so it means that this side is what 3 and this side is what 5. So we have to look for our adjacent, which we don't know. And applying your Pythagoras rule, you're going to say, using Pythagoras theorem, okay, which states that what your hypotenuse square is equal to your opposite square plus your adjacent square. Okay, so and here we're looking for our adjacent, right? Is that not it? So our adjacent square here will be equal to what, taking your opposite to this side, leaving adjacent alone. So we have what hypotenuse square minus what opposite square. All right, okay, so this is the formula we're going to use. So what's our hypotenuse? Our hypotenuse is what 5 square minus our opposite is what 3 square. Okay, so what's 5 square? That's 25 minus what? What's 3 square? That will give us what? 9. All right, and what is 25 minus 9? That will give us what? 16. So we have our adjacent square as 16. So to get our adjacent alone will be the square root of 16. So our adjacent side will be, what's the square root of 16? That will give us what? 4. So our adjacent is what? 4. Now look at the question. The question says find the value of what? 5 cos x and minus 4 tan x. So let's try to get what cos x is. So from here, cos x will be what? Cos x, remember, is what? Adjacent over hypotenuse. Is that not it? Okay, and what's our adjacent here? We've gotten our adjacent here as what? 4. And what's our hypotenuse? Our hypotenuse is what? 5. So cos x is what? 4 over 5. So what is tan x? Okay, tan x, from our formula, tan x is what? Opposite over adjacent. Okay, and what's our opposite? Our opposite is what? 3. And what's our adjacent? Our adjacent is what? 4. So from here we'll state, substitute the values of cos x equal to 4 over 5 and tan x equal to what? 3 over 4 into the equation. Okay, the equation this, which is what? 5x cos x minus what? 4 tan x. Okay, so here we have 5. What is cos x? Cos x is what? 4 over 5 minus 4. What is tan x? Tan x is what? 3 over 4. Okay, so from here 5 can cancel out 5. You know, this is a bracket, so it's a multiplication sign here. All right, so this is a multiplication, so 5 will cancel out 5, and from here we have a multiplication here. 4 will cancel out what? 4. Here we are left with what? 4, and here we are left with what? 3. So we have 4 minus 3, and which would that go? That will give us what? 1. So our final answer for this question is what? 1. Question 4a of the WASSCE 2018 mathematics theory question. It says in the diagram QOS is a diameter. This is QOS, a diameter, and angle RQS is what? X degree, and angle QST, this is T. QST is what? 3x plus 15, all bracket degrees. find the value of x. Okay, we have to find the value of x, and we should find the angle RSQ. That is RSQ. Okay, we have to also find this angle. All right. Okay, so let's solve for the first value. That's this angle. That is RQS. Okay, from here, this is cycle theorem. The theorem that relates to this question is what? The sum of two interior angles equals to the opposite exterior angle. Okay, so you have to state this theorem, which states that the sum of two interior angles is equal to the opposite what? Exterior angle. Okay, which is the sum of these two interior angles is equal to the opposite what? Exterior angle. Okay, so and what are these angles? These angles are what? Angle RQS, angle RQS plus what? Angle QRS, which is what? 90 degree. That's QRS is what? 90 degree, is equal to what? This angle right here. Okay, and what's this angle right here? This angle is what? QS what? T. Okay, angle QST. Okay, so from here we are definitely looking for QRQS, which is what? X. Okay, so we have x is equal to x degrees plus QRS is what? 90, equal to what? And QST is equal to what? 3x what? Plus 15. All right, all degree. All right, so let us try to simplify this equation. So from here we have x plus 90, okay, equal to what? 3x plus 15. All right, so let's take x to one side and take the numbers to another side. I'll prefer to take x here and bring 15 here, so we're in the positive region. All right, so take so we have 90 plus 15 to this side, we have what? Minus what? 15, equal to 3x, and taking x to this side, we have what? Minus what? X. So what do we have here left? We have here left 90 minus 15 will give us what? 75, equal to 3x minus x will give us what? 2x. So here we divide both sides by 2. So this will cancel out. We have x is equal to 75 divided by 2 will give us what? 37.5 degree. So x is equal to what? 37.5 degree. All right. Question 4AII of the WASSCE 2018 Mathematics Theory question says we should find the angle RSQ. That's this angle here, okay? That's RSQ, okay? This angle here we have to find. Let's say it is y. Now you can see this now, that this is a straight line. And you remember the theorem that says the sum of angles on a straight line is what? Supplementary, which is what? Equal to 180. So we have here angle RSQ plus QST is equal to what? 180 degree. Okay, where angle RSQ is what we are looking for, so we have plus. And what is QST? QST is this angle here, which is what? 3x plus what? 15, or what? Degree, equal to what? 180. Okay, so let's say angle RSQ is what? Y. Okay, to just simplify it, so we're looking for y, right? Okay, or should we just write it? Let's just write it down so we don't get confused. All right, so we don't have y and x together. All right, and this is theory question, so simplify as much as possible because there are different people marking your script, so make it simple and straightforward as much as possible when solving your theory questions. Okay, so let's use this as, let's stick to what? RSQ. Okay, so let me cancel this out. All right, okay, so from here all we need to do is take this to the other side. So we have angle RSQ is equal to what? 180. Taking this to the other side, we're going to have a negative what? Negative all bracket 3x plus what? 15. All right, because this is a positive. All right, so we have here equal to 180. Opening the bracket with this negative, the negative will multiply every sign here, every number here. So we have minus 3x minus times plus 15. We have what? Minus what? 15. Okay, so from here what do we have here? We have 180 minus, and remember what is x? We got x from our first solving. That's we got x, this angle x as what? I hope you remember what this angle x was. We have 37.5 degree. Okay, that's from 4a that we solved the value of x. Okay, so we'll put the value of x into this equation. You can just state it somewhere here that x is equal to 37.5 okay degree. Okay, so from here we have 3 bracket 37.5 minus 15. All right, so we have 180. What do we have here? We have minus 112.5. That's 3 multiplied by 37.5. Then minus 15. Okay, so what do we have here? We have equal to 180 minus this minus 112.5 minus 15 will give us minus 127.5, and 180 minus 127.5 will give us 52.5 degrees. So our angle RSQ is equal to 52.5 degree. This is our answer. Question 4b of the WASSCE 2018 Mathematics Theory question says, if 2n4 in base 7 is equal to 15n in base 9, find the value of n. Okay, so we have here 2n4 base 7 is equal to 15n in base 9. We have to find the value of n. Okay, so this is I hope you remember number basis. So all we need to do is on this side convert this base 7 to base 10, and on this side convert base 9 to base 10. Okay, so we can equate it since both of them now will be base 10, so we can resolve this question. Okay, so I hope you remember our number basis. All right, to resolve to base 10, we're going to count this as 0, 1 and 2. Okay, and this will be 0, 1 and 2, and we're going to say this will give us 2. Converting base 7 to base 10, we're going to have 2 times 7 raised to power of 2 plus n times 7 raised to power of 1 plus 4 times 7 raised to power of 0 equal to 1 times 9 raised to power 2 plus 5 times 9 raised to power 1 and plus n times 9 raised to power 0. Okay, so here we have 2 times, what is 7 raised to power 2? That will give us 49. So we have 2 times 49 here. Okay, plus 7 raised to power 1 is still 7. So 7 times n, we have 7n. Plus 7 raised to power 0 will give us 1. I hope you remember anything raised to power of 0, it will give us 1. And 1 times 4 will give us 4. Equal to, here we have 1 times 9 raised to power 2. What is 9 raised to power 2? That is 81. That's 9 times 1 is 81. And 81 times 1 will still give us 81. Plus 9 raised to power 1 will still give us 9. Okay, anything raised to power 1 will give us that same value. That's why 9 raised to power 1 is still 9. And 9 times 5 will give us 45. Plus 9 raised to power 0 will give us 1. And 1 times n is n. All right, so let's simplify this. 2 times 49 will give us 98. So we have 98 plus 7n plus 4 is equal to 81 plus 45 plus n. Okay, so yes, let's take n to this side and take all integers to this other side. All right, so we have here 7n. Bringing n plus n to the other side, we're going to have a negative n equal to what? And taking all these values here, we have 81 plus 45. Then take 98. That will give us, taking 98 here, we have minus 98. And taking plus 4 to the other side, we have minus 4. Okay, and what will this give us? This will give us 81 plus 45 will give us 126, and minus 98 minus 4 will give us minus 102. So here is 7n minus n will give us 6n. Okay, so we're left with 6n is equal to 126 minus 102 will give us 24. So we divide both sides. To get our n, we divide both sides by 6. So let's do this here. Okay, so we have here 6n is equal to what? 24. So divided by 6 divided by what? 6. 6 will cancel out 6, we have 1, and 6 in 24 will go how many times? 4 times. So n is equal to 4. So the value of n is what? 4. So the value of n is equal to 4. So this is our answer. Question 5A of the WASSCE 2018 Mathematics Theory question, it says, if the mean of M, N, S, P and Q is 12, calculate the mean of these values, okay? We have how many values here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay? So we should calculate this mean. Alright, so how do we do this together? Now, the question says, if the mean of M, okay, what's the formula for finding the mean? I hope you remember to find mean is what? Your x bar is equal to the summation of x divided by the number of sets of, that's the set of numbers, alright? And here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So n is 5. So we have m plus n plus s plus p plus q divided by 5 is equal to what? 12. Since the question says if the mean of all this number is what? 12. Alright, so it means that m plus n plus s plus p plus q will be equal to, that's 5. We're going to cross multiply, okay? So we have 5 times 12 is what? 60. So let's just put this aside, okay? So you state this, that's m plus n plus s plus p plus q is equal to what? 60. Okay, so we're going to use this in calculating the mean of this sets of what value. Now it says calculate the mean of this, so it means we are going to have m minus 4 comma plus m minus 3 comma plus s minus 6 comma plus p minus 2, then plus q minus what? 8. Okay, divided by 5, since we have 5 sets of what? Numbers. All right, so this will give us our mean. All right, so let's try to simplify this. So in opening the brackets, we have here m, okay, this will be m minus 4 plus m minus 3. Okay, so this positive isn't going to affect any of the sign, because positive times any sign will still be the same sign. Okay, so positive times negative will still be what? Negative. So we can just simply open the bracket for everything. Okay, and this is s, not 5. All right, so we have here plus s minus 6 plus p minus 2, then plus what? Q minus what? 8. And remember, all divided by what? 5. So let us try now to bring out this the letters. Okay, since all the letters here carry a positive. Okay, sorry, this should be n. Okay, this should be n, this should be n. Okay, this question, this should be n. All right, okay, since all the letters carry a positive sign, we can bring them all together, so we have something like this, then equate everything to what? 60. So here we have here m plus n plus s, okay, plus p plus what? Q, and our digits are what? That will give us minus 4, minus 3, minus 6 here, then minus 2, and minus what? 8. So here we have what? We can equate this to 60. Remember, dividing by what? 5. All right, so you are going to simply state, substitute the value of m plus n plus s plus q plus p equal to 60. Okay, you are going to state that. All right, there's no space for me to do this here, so all I need to do here is now say I have 60 minus, okay, if we add all this together, we have 2, since they are all carrying negative sign, we just add them up. All right, so we have minus 4 minus 3 will give us minus 7, minus 7 plus minus 6 will give us minus 13, and minus 13 minus 2 will give us minus 15, and minus 15 minus 8 we're adding. Okay, when you have a minus and minus, you add and leave the sign. Okay, and minus 15 minus 8 will give us minus what? 23. 3. Okay, so we have 60 minus 23 over 5. And what is 60 minus 23? We are going to get what? 37 divided by 5. And what is 37 divided by 5? We have a 7.4. So our mean is equal to what? 7.4. So this is our answer. Okay, following this question, the values we have here. Question 5B of the WASSCE 2018 mathematics theory question, it says, 5B says, that's 5B here, it says, in a community of 500 people, the 75th percentile age is what? 65 years, while the 25th percentile age is 15 years. How many of the people are between 15 and 65 years? Okay, remember the formula for finding your 75th percentile is what? It's 75 over 100 times your cumulative frequency, which is your CF, okay? And our CF here is what? 500 what people. So we have 75 over 100 times what? 500. All right, this 20 will cancel this 20, and we're left with 75 times 5, and that will give us what? 375. Then for your 25th percentile is what? 25th percentile is equal to what? 25 over 100 times your what? CF, your cumulative frequency, which is what? 25 over 100 times 500. All right, and this 20 will cancel out this 20, so we're left with 25 times 5, and that will give us what? 125. So how many of the people are between 15 and 65 years? It's just simply subtracting 125 from what? 375. So we have the number of people between 15 and 65 years is what? 375 minus 125, and that will give us what? 250 people. Okay, so this is our answer. Question 6 of the WASSCE 2018 mathematics theory question says, in a roadworthiness test on 240 cars, 60% passed. The number that failed had faults in clutch, brakes, and steering as follows. Okay, it says clutch alone 28, clutch and steering faults 14, clutch, steering and brakes faults 8, then clutch and brakes 20, and clutch and steering only 6. It further says the number of cars with faults in steering only is twice the number of cars with faults in brakes only. Now the first question says draw a Venn diagram to illustrate this information. Okay, so when you hear Venn diagram, is what? Set. Okay, so we're referring to what? Set. And you can see here, we're going to have a Venn diagram of 3 subsets, okay, because we are referring to the faults in the clutch, brakes, and steering. All right, so it's a Venn diagram of what? 3 subsets, which is clutch, brakes, and steering. So the first question says draw the Venn diagram to illustrate this information. And remember, our Venn diagram, we are going to draw a box. Okay, we have to manage our space, okay, on this board. All right, so let's draw this box here. Okay, and we have 3 subsets. So we have 1, we have 2, and we have what? 3. Okay, in your notebook, please make sure you draw better than I did here. Okay, make it bigger. Okay, I'm just managing the space we have here. All right, so this is the first thing you have to draw. Then we have to now start stating what has been given to us in this question. Okay, so let's draw some lines here. Let's say we have 3 lines. Okay, let's use 3 lines to answer this question. All right, okay, all right, so the first thing it says in a roadworthiness test on 240 cars, 60% passed. Okay, the number that failed had faults in clutch, brakes, and steering. So we have to know the number of cars that failed. That's our first step, to know the universal what? Set. Okay, and to know our universal set, we are referring, this question is on the failed cars, all right, and it says that 60% passed. So what is 60% of 240? Let us check that. Cars that passed, cars that passed is what? 60% of what? 240. You have to state all this down, all right? This is a theory question. Don't forget that, please. Don't just give the answer, cars that pass. State your workings, okay? So it is what? 240 times what? 60 over 100. Where this zero will cancel out this zero will cancel out this zero. So we're left with what? So we're left with what? 24 times 6. And what is 24 times 6? That will give us what? 144. So is this the number of cars that passed the roadworthiness test? So how many failed? It's simply what? 240 minus 144. So cars that failed, okay, follow me closely, all right, is what? 240 minus what? 144. So which will give us what? 96. Okay, so our universal set. Okay, so definitely you come here and write your universal set, which is represented by this symbol, is equal to what? 96. All right, so everything in this box must equate to what? 96, because we're referring to only cars that what? Failed. All right, so the next thing now in our question, it now says the number that failed had faults in clutch, brakes and steering as follows. Clutch only. Okay, so only clutch. So here we have to subset. Let's say this first subset, this first circle here is what? Clutch, and this second circle here is our what? Brake, which is the fault. This is with brake fault, and the third one, which is what? Steering fault, represent it as what? S. Okay, so this is for clutch, this is for brake, and this is for what? Steering fault. All right, so the question says clutch only is what? 28. So we have here, you're going to state it down. Clutch only is what? Equal to 28. And this, the symbol of this is what represents clutch only on a Venn diagram in set is what? C intersection B prime intersection S prime. That is C intersection brakes then prime minus brakes and what? Minus what? Steering fault. So we have what? Clutch only. And you are going to write 28 here since it says what? Clutch only. So this part of the circle here represents what? Clutch only, and it will give us what? 28. Okay, remember the question says draw a Venn diagram to illustrate this information, and drawing that Venn diagram is labeling, putting in all the values that's been given to us, okay, in our question here, and the values have been given to us, and we're also going to find others that the question didn't provide to with what the question gave to us. Okay, so the next thing it says clutch and steering. There's no only, so clutch and steering. So it's a total of clutch and what? Steering. So we're going to write here, we have here clutch and steering is equal to what? 14. Okay, which is what? C intersection S, okay, represented in set. Okay, this is C intersection S, which is what? 14. Okay, right now, so it means that this whole area here, C intersection S, is this O from here to here. Okay, that is C intersection S. So we can't really state it since we have the intersection of A, C, B, and S here, and this part here is C intersection S only. All right, while clutch and steering is what? 14, which is the whole of this. All right, do you follow me? Which is the whole of this, which is also an intersection of what? There's also a B in it. So in order for us to find C intersection S only, which is just this part of the diagram, which is just here, we have to subtract the intersection of C, B, and S only, okay, from intersection of what? The clutch and steering. Okay, just follow me closely. Just follow me closely. Don't get confused. Don't worry, you see what we'll do later on. All right, so let's just take this down and write it down. I just needed to interpret this clutch and steering as what? From here to here, but later on we're going to get C and S only, which is from here to here. Okay, this part of the diagram. All right, so the next interpretation says clutch, steering and brakes is what? 8. Okay, that is clutch and steering and brakes is equal to what? 8. And what does this mean? This means what? C intersection S intersection what? B. That is, this midpoint here is what? 8. So we are going to write down 8. We can freely write down 8 here. Okay, so since we now know this as 8, it is now easy for us to get what? C in the C intersection what? S only. And to get this is just simply what? 14 minus what? 8 for us to get this part. I hope you understand how come about this. Okay, just follow me closely. So for you now to get this, that is what? Clutch and steering only okay, if you don't know much about set, you need to read up, okay? Because it would always come out in your theory question. There must be one set question. Go and check several past questions, several years. You must see a set question where you draw a Venn diagram. All right, so make sure you understand that topic. Okay, right now I've not done a full topic explaining set on the DTW channel, but very soon I will publish one. All right, so make sure you read up on your set and follow this question. If you don't still understand, make sure you drop a comment, okay, on our channel or on this video. All right, so clutch and steering only, which is this part, will be what? 14 minus what? 8. Since I told you that all this place is what? 14. So to get only here, it will be what? 14 minus 8. And what is 14 minus 8? This will give us what? 6. So clutch and steering only will be what? 6. Okay, where 6 plus 8 is what? 14, which is clutch intersection what? Steering. All right, okay, so we will soon complete our Venn diagram very soon. Okay, so the next interpretation again in the question says clutch and brakes is what? 20. Okay, let's manage this space here. It says clutch and brakes. Now in sets, always take note of only, the statement only. Okay, always take note of that. When you don't see only in a particular statement, you should know that it is an intersection. But when you see only, it means it is referring to that particular only set of values, which we just did here. So this C and S is what? C intersection S what? Only, which is this 6 here. All right, so clutch and brakes is what? From our question is what? Equal to what? 20. That is what? Clutch and brakes. That is everything here is what? 20. That's what this statements. That's what this statement what means. That's everything from here is what? 20. So definitely to get clutch and brakes only, we'll just say 20 minus what? 8 to give us the value for this part of the what? Diagram. So we're going to write to get clutch and brakes only, it will be equal to what? 20 minus 8. And what is 20 minus 8? That will give us what? 12. So the value for this part is what? 12. Let's manage our space, okay? 12. All right, we have 12 here. All right, it's 12 here. Let me use another color. Let's say I use black. So we have 12 here. Okay, all right, so we have 12 here. All right, so the next thing it says again in our question, we'll go back to our question. We've just done clutch and brakes. Now it says brakes and steering only. Okay, brakes and steering only. So this is quite easy. It has already given us the answer for this, which is what? Brakes and steering only, which is this part of what? Our diagram. So we're just still going to write it. Brakes and steering only is equal to what? 6. Okay, I think here I didn't give you the interpretation of this when you want to write it in set. Clutch and steering only is what? It's C intersection, let me use a different color. Okay, it's C intersection S intersection B prime. Okay, this is what clutch and what steering only. And here we have clutch and brakes. Okay, clutch and brakes, the when you want to write it in set, it's just simply what C intersection what B. Okay, and here clutch and brakes only is what C intersection B intersection what S prime. All right, that's minus what steering. All right, and here brakes and steering only, what is it? How is it written in a set form? It is what brakes intersection S intersection clutch what prime. That's the minus what clutch. Okay, so this is how you write it. Make sure you write down also, okay, in your exam, please make sure you write this down so the examiner, the marker, will know you understand what you're doing. All right, okay, so okay, we have this. So this is brakes and steering only is 6, so we write down 6 here. Okay, so we have 6 here. Then the next thing, it says the number of cars with faults in steering only okay, in faults with steering only is twice the number of cars with faults in brakes only. So we have brakes only, it's twice the number of cars what in brakes only. So let's say brakes only is what X, so steering only will be what 2x. That's what this question says. That's what we can interpret from this statement. I mean, so it says the number of cars with faults in steering only is twice the number of cars with faults in brakes only. So let's say brakes only is what X, so steering only will be what 2x. And where is this represented on our Venn diagram? Brakes only is this part of the diagram, which is will give us what X. Okay, and steering only is this part, okay, this part, which will be what 2x. All right, okay, so that's the interpretation. And if you want to write this instead, steering only is what S intersection B prime intersection what C prime, and brakes only is what brakes intersection, that's B intersection what S prime intersection what C prime. That is what brakes only. So here, okay, so it says draw the Venn diagram to illustrate the information. So this is our final Venn diagram. All right, so this is the answer to question what A. Okay, that's our drawing our Venn diagram to interpret everything that was given to us in this question. All right, so this is our final Venn diagram. Now B says how many cars had I. It said I says how many cars had what faults, faulty brakes. So we're going to look for the total number of cars that have what faulty brakes. But before we do that, we must get the value of X. Is that not it? Since we have X here, and to get the value of X, as I said, it will be the what summation of everything in the box here equating to what our universal set, which is what 96. So we're going to sum all these values in the Venn diagram and equate to what 96. So what do we have here? We have here 28 plus 12 plus X plus 8 here plus there's a 6 here plus 6 plus then 2x, okay, equal to what 96. Let's manage the space here, okay, equal to 96. All right, so here let's simplify this. So we have a x plus 2x will give us what 3x. Is that not it? And if we add all the other numbers, we have 28 plus this will give us a 40, and we have here this 8 plus this is 14 plus 40 will give us 54 plus 6 will give us what 60. So we have plus what 60 equal to what 96. So from here we can take 60 to the other side. We are left with what 3x is equal to 96 minus what 60. And what is 96 minus 60? That will give us what 36. We divide both sides by 3. Is that not it? Divide both sides by 3 to get x. 3 will cancel 3, and how many times will 3 go in 36? It will go what 12 times. So x is equal to what 12. So we've gotten our value of x as 12. So from here we can simply find what steering only, the number of steering faults only, which is what, since we've gotten our value of x as 12, this will be what 2 times what x. And what is 2 times x? sorry, 2 times 12. That's 2 times 12. And what's 2 times 12? That will give us what? 24. So the number of stirring faults only is what? 24. And here x is equal to what? 12. So the number of break faults is what? 12. All right. So the number of what? Break faults only is what? 12. So the question says find how many cars had faulty brakes. Okay, so the total number of cars that have faulty brakes. Okay, don't misinterpret this. This question didn't say how many cars had faulty brakes only. If it was brakes only, our answer would just be what? 12. But the question said faulty what? Brakes. That's why I said in sets, and especially in Venn diagram, that word only is quite key, very important. All right, so don't misplace it. All right, so when it says only, it's specific to just that brake. But now it said how many had what? Faulty brakes. So it will include the ones that also had both faulty and clutch brake. It will include the ones that also had faulty clutch brakes, had faults in clutch brakes and steering, which is 8. It will also include the one that has what? Fault in also brakes and what? Steering, that included steering. So the number of cars that had faulty brakes would be this whole circle here. Okay, the brakes circle. Okay, so we are going to add up everything in our brake what? Circle, which is what? Which we have here 12. We have 12 plus what? 12 plus 8 plus what? 6. Okay, we're supposed to state here, we're supposed to state something like faulty brakes. Faulty brakes. Okay, you know, your theory question, don't forget, write everything down so the examiner understands what you're doing. All right, don't just assume he's going to understand. Write it down for him. All right, so when you add up all these things, we have 12 plus 12, that's 24. 24 plus 8, that will give us what? 32. And 32 plus 6 will give us what? 38. So the number of cars that had faulty brakes is what? 38. Now the question now says, the next question says, how many cars had only one fault? Are you seeing that? How many cars had only, you can see the word only, one fault? So this answer will be the number of cars that had only clutch, only brake, and only was steering. So we're going to have here 28 plus 12 plus what? 24. That will be our answer for the number of cars that had only one fault. So you're going to state it here. Know of cars with only one fault. Okay, so it will be equal to clutch only plus brake only plus steering only. Okay, and this will give us what? What is clutch only? Clutch only is what? 28 from our statement here. Okay, so clutch only is 28 plus brake only, which we've gotten as what? 12, plus steering only, which is what? 24. And when you add us it, if you add up all this, we're going to have what? 64. So this is our answer for the number of cars that had only one fault. So our answer is what? 64. All right, so this is the end of this question. Make sure you don't confuse only. All right, this is quite important when treating word set. Question 7A of the WASSCE 2018 mathematics theory question. It says, okay, so we have two questions here. We have 7A and what? 7B. So 7A says find the equation of the line passing through the point this and this. So we have 2 points here. Okay, and you know, equation of the line when we have 2 points, okay, where C is equal to what? 0. We have y is equal to what? mx plus what? C. All right, so since C is equal to 0, we have y is equal to what? mx. And from here, remember, to get the gradient or slope of a line is what? M is equal to what? y2 minus y1 divided by x2 minus what? x1, since we have 2 points here. So from here, we have what? Y minus what? y1 equal to, bringing the value of m into this equation here, we have y2 minus what? y1 over x2 minus what? x1, and we have here x minus x1. All right, so all we need to do is now put in the value of what? y2 and y1, so we can get the equation of the line. All right, so here we have 2, 5. This is the first point, and we have minus 4 comma minus 7. Okay, so this is what x1 y1, and this is x2 y2. So let's put in the value into this equation. So here, what do we have here? We have y minus, what is y1? Y1 is what, 5, equal to y2 is what, minus 7, minus what's y1, which is what, 5, divided by what's x2. X2 is what, minus 4, and what is x1? X1 is what, minus what, 2, which is what, 2. Okay, so we have minus 2. Okay, bracket x minus what is x1? X1 is what? X1 is what? 2. All right, so from here, let's simplify this. We have here y minus 5 minus 7 minus 5 will give us what? Minus what? 12. And minus 4 minus 2 will give us minus 6. So we have bracket what? X minus what? 2. From here, 6 can cancel out 12. Okay, 6 in 12 is what? 2. And the negative can also cancel out the negative. So 6 in 12 we have what? 2. All right, so here we are left with what? We are left with what? Y minus 5 equal to what? 2 bracket x minus 2. So let us open our brackets. We have here 2x minus what? 4. Is that not it? And we have y minus 5. So let's take, we have to still simplify it. We're looking for the equation of the line, so y will stay on this side of the equation. So let's take minus 5 to this other side. We have what? Y is equal to 2x minus 4 plus 5. And this will give us what? 2x, to give us y, sorry, equal to 2x minus 4 plus 5 will give us what? Plus 1. So this is the equation of the line. So this is our answer, all right? Question 7b of the WASSCE 2018 Mathematics Theory question, which is what? 7b, okay? It says 3 ships P, Q, and R are at sea. The bearing of Q from P is what? 30 degrees, okay? Bearing, okay, you must take note of bearing. You will always have a question for bearing. There are always topics that you must find in your theory question, and bearing is one of them. So you must be grounded in bearing. All right, so let us interpret this together. Follow me closely, okay? I'm going to teach you some tips here. So it says the bearing of Q from P, all right? So let's say is what? 30 degrees. All right, before you start drawing, okay, try to understand your point, your cardinal point, okay? So here you have this is your north, this is your south, and this is where? This is the west, and this is what? Your east. All right, I hope if you follow me closely. All right, so from here, in drawing your angles, you start from here and go, you start in what? A clockwise direction, all right, not anti-clockwise. Are you getting me? You start in a clockwise direction to count. So from here to here is 90, from here to here is 180, from here to here is 270, then to 360. Okay, so these are the key things you need to know. And when the question says the bearing of Q from P, okay, the bearing of Q from P, so you have to take the bearing from P is what? 30 what? Degrees. So since it says 30 degrees, so 30 degrees fall in this particular point. So 30 degrees falls in this first quadrant, all right? That's where 30 degrees falls. Since we're taking the clockwise direction, so 30 degrees falls here. So it means that P should be what? Beneath what? Q. Are you getting me? Before you start drawing, and before you start answering your question, try to simulate the diagram first of all on a sheet of paper, maybe your rough sheet of paper where you do your rough workings. Try to simulate the diagram before you come to answer it, okay? So you don't cancel and cancel and cancel, all right? So simulate, interpret it with rough pen. When you get it, then come and draw it properly on your answer question, all right? So it says the bearing of Q from P is what? 30 degrees. So let's say this is P, okay? The bearing of Q from P is what? 30 degrees. So it will be Q will be from the bearing will be taken from somewhere here down to Q. So let us draw. So we have here P, okay, and the bearing 30 degrees. So to what? Q. So here is what? 30 what? Degree. Since the question says the bearing of Q from P is what? 30 degrees. All right. So it means this side alternate angles what? is what, this is also what, 30 degrees. Okay, so let's leave this. So this is what, Q. The next thing it says, and the bearing of P. Now, what is the bearing of this P? From arrow is what, 300. Okay, so 300 will be somewhere here, right? This is 90, this is 180, this is 270. So 300 will be somewhere here. Okay, 270 plus 30 will give us 300. So from here to here will be what, 300. All right. So it means that arrow, since it says the bearing of P from arrow, so it means arrow will be somewhere here on our right hand side. Okay, that it's going to be somewhere here in the east of what, P. Okay, so let's put our arrow here. Okay, so we have from here to here is 90, this is 180, this is 270. So we have 270 plus 30 will give us what, 300. So from here to here, let's draw a straight line. Okay, so this is the bearing of what, P from R. Okay, which is what, 300. All right, so this is what, R. So if this is if this side is, this is 30 degrees, so it means here is also what, 30 degrees. That not it, alternate what, angles. If this is 30 degree, okay, since this is from here to here is what, 270, and 270 plus 30 will give us what, 300. All right, so here is what, 30 what, degree. Okay, so if this is 30 degrees, it makes this particular small angle in here to be what, 30 degrees. And in resolving this angle, if this is 30 degrees, then it means that from here to here is what, 60 what, degrees. That not it, since we have a right angle here, this is 90. If this is 30, this will be what, 60 what, degree. Okay, and we can see from here we have 60 plus 30, which is what, 90. So it means this angle right here is what, a right angle what, triangle. All right, so but okay, the question says, so it says if PQ is 5 kilometer and QR is what, that's QR is what, 8 kilometer. That's why this length is longer, okay, than this length. Okay, so you must, that's why I said you must first of all do this on a rough sheet before you come to your question paper. All right, so the question says illustrate the information in a diagram. So this is our diagram. Then the next thing it says calculate to three significant figures the distance between Q and R. And what is the distance between Q and R? It's from here to here. Okay, that's the distance between what, Q and R. So we're looking for this side. Okay, this side is unknown. All right, and the second question says here the bearing of R from Q. That's the bearing of R from Q. So we have to look for that angle, the bearing of R from Q. But first of all, let's find the distance between what, Q and R. So this is your final illustration of your information in a diagram. All right, so this is your first mark, which is quite important. Okay, so sketch on a rough sheet before you come to your question paper to sketch. Okay, and use your ruler and your pencil. All right, and state also the angles that you found out. So you put here, this is what, 90 degrees. That's what it means. You can also write it down like this, 90 degrees. So this is a right angle triangle. So if it's a right angle triangle, it is easy for us to get this side. Okay, because you know, a right angle triangle, all we need to just apply is you know what, Pythagoras theorem. We just apply Pythagoras theorem. So we can just state using Pythagoras theorem, okay, which is what, hypotenuse square is equal to opposite square plus adjacent square. From here, we're looking for the hypotenuse. Is that not it? Since it's just facing the right angle triangle. If it's a right angle triangle, this is your hypotenuse, this is your opposite, and this is your adjacent. So we've been given our opposite and adjacent here. So all we need to do is just say 5 square plus what, 8 square. And what is 5 square? That will give us what, 25 plus what, 64. And this will give us what, 89. So this is hypotenuse square. So definitely to get our hypotenuse, it will be what, the square root of what, 89. And what's the square root of 89? We have what, 9.4339 when we punch in our calculator. Okay, and the question says calculate correct to 3 significant figures. So we're going to count. We have 1, 2, 3. Now the value that follows 3, is it greater than 5 or equal to 5? It is not, so we can't approximate 1 to 3 to add up. Okay, so we have our final answer will be what? 9.43, okay, to 3 significant figures. All right, so this is our distance, which is what? 9.43. All right, so we've gotten our distance Q and R. So the next question says, that's II, it says we should calculate the bearing of R from Q. The bearing of R from Q. Okay, and the bearing of R from Q is this angle from here to here. So we have to look for this what angle here. The bearing of R from Q is from here to here. Okay, so we know that from here to here is 90. So we don't know this angle here. And to know this angle here, we need to know the angle from here to here. That's this whole angle. Okay, and we already know this part as what? 30 degrees. So we need to find this angle here. All right, since alternate angles are what? Equal. So since this angle will be equal to this whole angle here, so we have to find this angle here, add up to this, and this will give us the angle here, which will now add up to what? 90, to get the bearing of R from Q. Okay, so follow me closely. So to get this angle here, we have, let's say the angle is what? X. Okay, so from here it's quite easy. Since this is a right angle triangle, you can just apply SOHCAHTOA. Okay, and to get this angle here, you can either do opposite over adjacent, which is what? Tan. Okay, or you can do opposite over hypotenuse. Any one you do, you still get the same thing. Okay, since we have all sides. All right, so I think we should just use the easiest one. That is what? Tan, which is what? Opposite over what? Adjacent. So we write here tan x is equal to what? Opposite over adjacent, which is what? What's our opposite? Our opposite is 5 over adjacent is what? 8. So we have tan x is equal to what? What is 5 divided by 8? Will give us what? 0.625. So x will be equal to the tan inverse of 0.625, and this will give us what? 32.005 degree. Okay, so x is equal to 32.005 degree. So definitely to get this whole angle, okay, we add up 30 plus x. So 30 plus x will be equal to what? That is 30 plus 32.005. So this is going to give us what? 62.005 degree. So since we've gotten this at 62.005 degree, all here now is what? 62.005. So it means that here is what? 62.005. You can always, please, when you get this answers, write it in your question, in your diagram. Okay, write interpretation 2 in your diagram. All right, this is also an additional mark. All right, so you have here 62.005. So all you need to do now to get the bearing of R from Q will be from this point to this point, which will be what? 90 plus 62.005. So you state bearing of R from Q is equal to what? 90 plus 62.005. So you are going to have 152.005, and to 3 significant figure we have 1, 2, 3. The next digit here is 0. Can you approximate? No. So we have our final answer as 152 degrees to 3 significant figures. So this is our final answer. Make sure you draw your diagrams well and label them well. Question 8A of the WASSCE 2018 mathematics theory question. Okay, it says Lamin bought a book for 300 naira and sold it to Bola at a profit of X%. Bola then sold the same book to James at a profit of X%. If James paid this more for the book than what Lamin paid, okay, that's the first person who bought the book, find the value of X. Okay, this is quite tricky, but it's just simple understanding you need. Okay, so let's try to solve this. Let me draw some lines here because this is a long, very long question. Okay, all right. Okay, so the first thing now you can see we this is a profit and cost. Okay, that's percentage profit. Now in this question there's no loss here, so we're referring to what? Percentage profit. And remember the formula for finding your percentage profit. Okay, it's always good to state your formulas. Okay, formula for finding your percentage profit is equal to what? Your selling price minus your cost price divided by the cost price times 100. Okay, 100%. Okay, since we're referring to percentage profit. Okay, this is not loss. All right. So from here, Lamin bought the book for 300 naira. So cost of book to Lamin. Write it down. Cost of book to Lamin is what? 300 naira. Okay, so and sold it to Bola at a profit of X%. So we're not told the percentage profit. Okay, so we need to look for what? This percentage profit. So you say Lamin percent. Can I abbreviate this? Okay, let's not abbreviate. All right, let me, you have to write it in full, so let me also write in full with you. Okay, so percentage profit is equal to what? X%. That's what the question says. Sold it at a profit of X%. So putting all these values here, let us try to get our selling price. All right, since Lamin, this is the cost price that Lamin bought the book for at this profit, at this percent profit. Let us look for our selling price. So what is Lamin's selling price? So let's put in our values. Our percentage profit, we are told, is what? X%. Follow me closely, okay? Is equal to our selling price for Lamin. Let's put this in bracket, Lamin as L, because we have 3 people here, okay? So we're going to represent Lamin as L, Bola as B, and James as what? J. Okay, that's for in this question. All right. Okay. So you can also please also state it so the marker knows what you're doing. You just say Lamin, it's just declaring your variables. All right. You say Lamin is equal to L, Bola is equal to B, James is equal to J. Okay, so they understand when you do this. So you have the selling price for Lamin. Okay. Then minus our cost price, which is 300, divided by 300 times what? 100. Okay, so from here, this 0 can cancel out this 0. Is that not it? So we have 3, we can cross multiply. So 3 times this will give us what? 3x is equal to what? Selling price of Lamin minus what? 300, where our selling price is just simply carrying 300 to this side. We have a positive, so we have our selling price of Lamin will be equal to what? 3x plus 300. Okay, so this is what Lamin's what? Selling price. Okay, so now the question further goes. It says Bola then sold the same book to James at a profit of what? X%. So if this is the selling price of Lamin, it means that he sold this book to Bola. So it means Bola bought this book at this cost. Are you following me? Follow me closely. Lamin sold this to what? Bola, which we did at a profit of X%, which we've put into our equation. So this is the selling price of what? Lamin to Bola. So it means Bola bought this book at what? 3x plus what? 300, and then sold the same book to James at a profit of what? X%. So we now have to look for the selling price of what? Bola. Okay, since Bola bought the book at what? 3x plus what? 300. So we are going to write here. So therefore 3x plus 300, you have to state all these things please, is equal to cost price of Bola. Okay, so we have to look for what, and we've been told that Bola sold the same book to James at a profit of X% also. So the percentage, Bola's percentage profit, is what? X%. Okay, so let us now look for Bola's selling price. Okay, so Bola's selling price, now we put values into this our formula. So what do we have here? The percentage profit will be what? X% equal to our selling price. That's what we are looking for. So selling price of Bola is what we are looking for. Okay, and cost price, we've known Bola's cost price to be what? 3x plus what? 300. So we'll say minus 3x plus 300 divided by the cost price is see what? 3x plus what? 300, then times 100. Okay, so from here what do? We cross multiply. Is that not it? We cross multiply what? 3x plus 300 to this other side. So we are left with what? We have here x bracket what? 3x plus 300 equal to the selling price of Bola. Okay, the selling price of Bola. The selling price of Bola. Then let me erase this line here so we can, okay, so we can have space here. Okay, so the selling price of Bola, then minus what? 3x plus 300. So this will be everything multiplied by what? 100 times 100. And don't forget, we have a bracket in here. Okay, so this is selling price minus cost price. So we have to do this bracket so we don't forget multiplying, using this sign to multiply everything that is in here. Okay, and in using this sign to multiply every sign that is in here, we are going to, let us open our brackets now. In open our brackets, we have what? X plus x times 3x, we have what? 3x squared plus x times 300, we have what? 300x equal to, okay, what do we have here? If we open this bracket, this sign will multiply this as negative, and this positive sign here will change to what? A negative. Okay, so let's now use 100 to multiply everything in here. Okay, just so in multiplying 100 in multiplying everything in this bracket by 100, what do we have? We have 100 times this will give us what? 100 what? S, that's the selling price of Bola. Okay, that's 100 SP Bola. Okay, minus 100 times minus 3x will give us what? 300x, and 100 times what? 300. That's, we know this is this minus sign multiply this plus to give us a negative, so we have a negative here. So 100 times 300 will give us what? 30,000. all right, okay, so we're left with this. All right, so let's, since we're looking for the selling price of Bola, let's take everything else to this other side of the equation, then we'll divide everything by 100 so that we can know the selling price of what. All right, so we have here 3x square, then plus 300x, taking minus 300 to this side, we have what? Plus what? 300x, then taking minus 30,000 here, we have what? Plus 30,000 equal to what? 100. That's the selling price of Bola. Okay, so here we have 3x square plus 300x plus 300x will give us what? 600 what? X plus 30,000, okay, equal to what? 100 SPB. Okay, so to get the selling price of Bola, we divide both sides by what? 100. All right, divide everything here by 100. all right, so this 100 will cancel out this 100. So the selling price of Bola is what? This. Okay, so you can restate it, but let me try to manage the space here so we can finish this question on this page. Okay, so stay with me closely. So this is the selling price of Bola. So definitely, as this is the selling price of Bola, the next person, this is so say Bola then sold the same book to James at a profit of what? X%. So since we've gotten the selling price of Bola as this equation here, this is the what? Cost price of what? James. This is how much James bought the book. So this is the cost price of James, which is this. And the question now says, if James paid this more for the book than what Lamin paid. So we'll just state here now, since this is the selling price of Bola, so this is the cost price of what? James. So we state here that cost price of James is equal to what? 3x squared plus 600x plus 30,000 divided by 100. Okay, so the question now says if James paid this, okay, this value, this amount more for the book than what Lamin paid. What did Lamin pay? Lamin paid what? Lamin paid what? 300. So if James paid this plus 300, now find the value of X. So we have another cost price of James, which we are now going to equate to this. So another cost price of James, which the question told us is what? 6x plus 3 over 4 plus 300, because it says if James paid this more for the book than what Lamin paid, and what Lamin paid is what? 300. So 300 plus this, okay, is what James payment. All right, and since we already have the cost price of James from this our calculation, so all we need to do now to get our value of X so that X can cancel out, we equate these two cost prices of what? James. So here we have to equate these two equations. Okay, so in equating them, what do we have? We have here 3x squared plus 600x plus 30,000 divided by 100 equal to what? 6x plus 3 over 4 plus 300. All right, so to simplify this further, all we just need to do is just state multiply both sides by what? 100. So we're going to multiply this whole equation here by 100 and this whole equation by 100. All right, so we're going to do this times 100 times 100. All right, in your book please write it properly. All right, so all we need to do here, so this 100 will cancel out this 100. This is just to cancel out everything in the denominator. All right, so we are left here with what? 3x squared plus what? 600x plus 30,000. And when we open multiply everything here by 100 times 6x, we are going to have what? 600x. And 100, we have 3 over 4 times 100. What will this give us? Let's put it here, 3 over 4 times 100. Okay, 4 can go in 100 how many times? 25 times. Is that not it? And 25 times 3 will give us what? 75. So 100 times 3 over 4 will be what? Plus what? 75. Then plus 100 times 300 will give us what? 30,000. Okay, all right. So from here we can simply simplify this, take all values of X to one side and take keep the other values, our integers, on one side of the equation. Is that not it? So what do? We have here 3x squared plus 600x. Then 600x coming to this side, we're going to have a minus what? 600x equal to 30,000 coming to this side. We have 75 plus 30,000. Then this is a plus. 30,000 coming here will give us what? A minus what? 30,000. From here 30,000 will cancel out 30,000, and here 600x minus 600x will cancel out. Is that not it? That is it's a negative, so it will give us 0. Okay, and this will also give us 0. So what are we left with? We're left with what? 3x squared, and we're left with what? 75. So we have here 3x squared equal to what? 75. So from here we can divide both sides by 3. In dividing both sides by 3, what do we have? 3 in 75 will give us what? 25. This is x squared here. And to get our x, this is x squared. And to get our x is simply what? The square root of 25. So x is equal to the square root of what? 25. And what is the square root of 25 is what? 5. So our answer, the value of x, is equal to what? 5. Alright? So this is our final answer. Okay, all you need to do in solving this, just be careful with your signs, your bracket. You can see, I think I missed putting the bracket here. Make sure you are careful with all those things. So because if this was still a positive, it will give you an issue down here to give you a different answer. You might not get 5. You won't get 5 as the answer. So make sure you don't make these mistakes, okay, with your brackets and your signs. When you're opening bracket with a sign, it affects every sign in the bracket. Okay, so make sure you don't make that mistake. All right, so the answer for question 8A of the WASSCE 2018 mathematics theory question is what? 5. Question 8B of the WASSCE 2018 mathematics theory question says, find the range of values of x which satisfies the inequality this. So we have 3x minus 2 less than 10 plus x less than 2 plus 5x. Okay, so from here we simplify first this and this, then this and this. Okay, so in doing the first one, we have 3x minus 2 less than 10 plus x. Here, what do? Take x to this side and bring the integers to this other side. So we have 3x. Taking plus x to this here we have minus what? X. And remember, in inequality, the only time your sign can change is if you are dividing by a negative what? Integer. Okay, remember that. All right, it is not when you move a value here that the greater or equal to sign changes. Okay, don't forget that. All right. Okay, so taking plus x here, we have minus x, so we still have a less than 10, and taking minus 2 to this side, we have what? A plus 2. So we have here 3x minus x, we have 2x less than, and 10 plus 2 is what? 12. So divide both sides by 2. So instead of dividing by positive, the sign, the less than sign will still remain the same. Okay, so divided by 2. Cancel out here, 1 1, and 2 in 12 will give us how many times? 6 times. So we have x is less than 6. Okay, so in solving this other part, we have 10 plus x less than 5 plus less than 2 plus 5x. So here taking let's do this in a simple way. Let's take x here so we don't play around with negative. Okay, so take x here and bring 2 here. So we have 10. Bringing 2 to this side, we have what? Minus 2 less than. Taking plus x to this side, we have 5x minus what? X. Okay, so and what is 10 minus 2? 10 minus 2 will give us what? 8. And 8 is less than x minus 5x minus x will give us what? 4x. And all we need to do is divide both sides by 4. Okay, divide by 4. All right, 4 here, 1, so we're left with x here, and 4 in 8 is how many times 2? So we have what? 2 less than x. So from here the question says find the range of values of x which satisfy the inequality this. So the range of values of x that will satisfy this inequality will be 2 is what? Less than x, which x is what? Less than 6. So x is what? Less than 6. So this is the range of values, you have to state it, of x. Okay, so it is what? X less than 2, and it is what? X greater than 2 less than what? 6. So the values of 2 from 2 to the values between 2 and 6. So this is our answer. Question 9 of the WASSCE 2018 mathematics theory question says, in the diagram, PT, that is this side, is 4 centimeter, TS is 6 centimeter, PQ, which is this side, is 6 centimeter, and angle SPR, that's this angle here, is what? 30 degrees. Calculate to the nearest whole number. A says calculate the side SR, so we have to look for this side. Okay, this is the side we're looking for. That's for 9A. So we're going to solve 9A now. Now, if you look at this triangle, we have 2 triangles here. Is that not it? We have triangle PTQ, which is this triangle here, and triangle PSQ. Okay, that's triangle R. Okay, so you can see that these 2 triangles are what? Similar triangle, since they have the same angle here. Okay, and remember the properties of a similar triangle. I hope you remember that if you don't try to revise on triangles. But the properties of similar triangles says that PT over, that's PT over PS, that is PT over PS is equal to what? Is equal to PQ over, that's PQ over PR. Okay, and which is also equal to what? TQ over what? SR, which is also equal to what? TQ over SR. Okay, so let's just keep this formula here, but I think it's also important you state it. You just state and say similar triangles properties. Since triangle PTQ and triangle PSR is similar, therefore PT, you just state it there, so the marker knows that you understand. All right, so state it. So therefore this PT over this is this, so that when you pick out these formulas to solve some later part of the question, he would know where you took it from. Okay, don't just assume, state this. This is very important because this we're dealing with was similar with triangles. Okay, next thing is we're looking for what SR. So to get SR, we have to get what TQ. Since here you can see we have a relationship between TQ and SR. All right, and we already know PT, which PT is this, and also PS. PS is the addition of 6 and 4, which is what, 10. Okay, so PS is from here to here, which is the addition of 6 and 4, which is what, 10 centimeter. So we just need to find TQ. So we equate PT over PS to TQ over SR, so we can get our SR. So first of all, we have to find TQ. Okay, so to find TQ now, we can apply what, the cosine rule. I hope you remember cosine rule. Cosine rule, when you have A square, to get your side A, it will be what, your B square plus your C square minus 2. Okay, this is minus, let me erase this. Okay, minus BC cos theta, so the angle there. All right, so if it's TQ we're looking for now, it will be TQ will be what, equal to what, that will be, it will be equal to what, PT square plus PQ square, then minus 2 bracket PT times, let me draw a line here so we manage our space. Okay, times PQ times cos 30 degree. Okay, for the cosine rule, for you to easily understand, if you are looking for this side, it will be this side, it will be this square plus this square, then subtract 2, then this sides times what, cos theta. If you are looking for this side, is also this particular angle, then multiplied by, then you use these two sides. Okay, try to revise some cosine rule also. All these rules, try to have them at the back of your mind. All right. Okay, what I do back then when I was sitting for WAEC, you know, WAEC doesn't give you a formula table. Okay, but I think on your math set, I think there's some formula table on the math set given. But if there's none right now, okay, all you need to do is all your formulas, immediately you get into the exam hall, write it on your rough sheet. Okay, all your key formulas, make sure you write them on your rough sheet of what, paper. All right, okay, so here what do we have? So this is TQ was square. Sorry, I didn't put the square here. So this is now equal to what? This is what, 4 square plus 6 square minus 2 bracket 4 times 6, then times cos theta. Cos 30 degrees. Okay, all right, so what do we have here? This is 16 plus 36 minus what's the summation of all this? If you multiply this times cos theta, we are going to have a 20.785. okay, then here what do we have? This plus this will give us what, 52. This times this will give us minus what, 41.569. okay, and when we subtract this, what are we going to get? We're going to get 10.431. all right, so TQ squares this, so TQ will be the square root of what, 10.431. so what would be the square root of this? Punch in your calculator, we're going to get what, 3.2297. okay, so we've gotten what, TQ. So the TQ, our side TQ is what, 3.2297 centimeter. Don't forget your centimeter in your answers. Make sure you put your units. Okay, so this is centimeter. Always make sure you do that in your final answer. Make sure you do that. Don't forget, it will subtract half mark if you don't do that. So please make sure you put your units. All right, okay, so we've gotten TQ as this. So from here we'll now pick, you know, from the beginning I said we can use now PT over this, since it's a similar triangle, PT over PS is equal to TQ over SR. So we can get what SR as our question asks. Okay, as our question asked. Okay, so from here, what is PT? PT is what? 4. Okay, this is PT. Then PS is what? PS is what? 6 plus 4, which is what? 10, equal to our TQ now is what? 3.229 divided by SR. We're looking for SR. Okay, from here, all we need to do is just make SR subject of the formula. Please make sure you state that, all right? Or you can just say cross multiply, but me, I'll prefer to go straight to the point. Just say making SR subject of formula. Okay, so you have here SR is equal to what? That will be 10. This will be 10 times this, then divided by 4. So we have 10 times 3.2297 divided by 4. And what will this give us? When you punch in your calculator, you're going to get what? 8.0743. Okay, and the question says calculate correct to the nearest whole number. So correct to the nearest whole number, we have 8 here. After 8, after the dot, we just have what? 0. Okay, and 0 we can't approximate since it is less than 5. So our final answer will just be what? 8. So our answer is what? 8 centimeter to the nearest whole number. Alright, so this is our answer for 9A. Question 9B of the WASSCE 2018 mathematics theory question. It says in the diagram PT is what? 4 centimeter, TS is what? 6 centimeter. Okay, that's TS 6 centimeter. Then PQ here from here is 6 centimeter. Then our angle is what? 30 degrees. Alright, correct to calculate correct to your nearest whole number. We found 9A. Now it's in 9B. It says what? The area of what? TQRS. That's this area TQRS. Okay, TQRS. So we have to find this area. All right, I know to get this area, it's just simply the area of what? PSR subtracted from the area of what? PTR, and you get this. Okay, that's the area of all this, then you subtract from the area of this, will give us this area. All right, I hope you understand that. So, and you know, when you have a triangle and you don't have a height, what's the formula for the area of triangle? The formula for area of triangle is what? Area of triangle is equal to half AB sine theta. Okay, so just keep this formula, state this formula down. So you're also going to state here to get area TQRS, it's equal to what? The area of triangle triangle PSR, that's PSR minus okay, let me draw a line here so we can use this space later on, minus the area of triangle. Please always make sure you state this. Okay, this means triangle in maths. The area of triangle what? PTQ. Okay, so to get the area of TQSR, it was the area of PSR, then you subtract it from the area of what? PTQ. Okay, so you subtract PTQ, the area of PTQ, from what? PSR, and you're going to get this what? Area. All right, okay, so we have to find the area of PSR, and to get the area of PSR, we have to know this side and this side. Is that not it? Okay, so we know PS as what? 6 plus 4, which is 10, and for this side PR, we just only know PS, which is what? 6. We don't know this side, so we have to find what? This side. And remember, this is a similar triangle. From our question 9A, we stated that for similar triangles, we have two triangles here, PTQ and PSR. For similar triangles, we stated that PT over PS is equal to what? PQ over what? PR, which is also equal to what? TQ over PSR, since these triangles are what? Similar. So from here, what we're trying to look for, we're trying to look for QR so that we can find the area of what? PSR. Okay, we can easily find the area of PTQ because that's PTQ because we have the two sides A and B. All right, but we can't find PSR because this side is missing. All right, okay, so to get QR now, let us use this the formula for similar triangles. Now you can see here we can use PT over PS equal to what? PQ over what? PR. Now in maths you have to be quite smart and you have to know how to manipulate. All right, which is very, very key in maths. Okay, so we are looking for what? You know, PR here is equal to what? PQ plus what? QR. Is that not it? PR, that's here from here. Remember, PS is what? Is what? 6 plus what? 4, which is what? 10. Okay, which is PT plus what? PS. All right, which will give us what? The total length of what? PS. All right, so to get the total length of PR, it is what? PQ plus QR. So from here we're going to use these two, we're going to equate these two so that we can get our what? QR from here. Okay, just follow me closely. So from here, what do we have? We have PT is equal to what? PS, which is equal to PQ over what? What is PR? PR is what? PQ plus what? QR. PQ plus QR. So we can easily now get what? QR. So from here, PT is what? From here, PT is what? 4 centimeter. Follow me closely, all right? And TS is what? 6 centimeter. The equal to what? What is PQ? PQ is what? 6 centimeter. Then PQ here is still what? 6 centimeter plus QR. So all we need to do now is find QR. So let us what? Cross multiply. So you state here cross multiply. In cross multiplying, what are we going to get here? In cross multiplying, we are going to get 4 will multiply this, and this will be 6 times 6. So we have 4 bracket what? 6 plus QR equal to 6 times 6 is what? 36. Okay. Okay, I apologize here. This is PS. PS is what? 6 plus what? 4. Okay, this is PS. PS is what? 6 plus what? 4. Not just 6. Okay, so PS 6 plus 4, which is what? 10. All right, so this is supposed to be 10. That's my mistake. I'm sorry there. So 10 times 6 will give us what? 60. Okay, so we have 60 here. So in maths, you require speed and accuracy, and it's always good that when you get to a step, you go back to your workings to see if you missed out something. Okay, please make sure you do that. Go back to your workings to see if you missed out something. Don't just solve and go to the next question. No, go back to that particular question, revise to see if you missed a particular point. Okay, because in maths, even if you miss a point, you still get an answer, but the answer will be wrong. All right, so always go back and check. Okay, if you missed the point. All right, okay, so sorry for that. So sorry for that mistake there, that mix up there. So we have what? 10 times 6, which is what? 60. So let us open up this bracket. In opening up this bracket, 4 times 6 will give us what? 24 plus 4 times QR, which is 4QR. Okay, equal to what? 60. So let's take 24 to this side. We have 4QR is equal to what? Taking 24 here, we have 60 minus what? 24, because positive to the other side will be what? Negative. And what is 60 minus 24? We have what? 36, and this is 4QR. So to get QR, we divide both sides by what? 4. Okay, cancel out. So QR and QR equals to what's 36 divided by 4? That will give us what? 9. So QR is what? 9 centimeter. Okay, so I've gotten QR as what? 9 centimeter. Now it is easy for us to get our area of what? PSR, and using our formula, the area of PSR of triangle PSR will equal to what? Half. What is A? A is what? This we're looking at this triangle PS what? R. A is what? Is PS, and PS is what? 10. So we have times what? 10. And our side B times our side B is what? 6 plus what? 9. And what is 6 plus 9? That will give us what? 15. So we have what? 15. And times what? Sine 30 degrees. And what sine 30 is definitely what? 0.5. Okay, so from here 2 will cancel here 1. 2 in 10 is what? 5. So we are left with what? 5 times 15 times what? 0.5, and this will give us what? 37.5 centimeters square. So what is the area of? The next area is area of triangle PTQ. Okay, so we have half. What is A? The side A is what? 4. Half times 4. Side B is what? 6 times what? Sine 30. Okay, 2 here, 1, 2 here will go how many times? 2 times. So this is what? 0.5. So we're left with what? 2 times 6 is 12, and 12 times 0.5 is what? 6. So we have 6 what? Centimeter square. So from here to get our area, so you say area TQRS is equal to 37.5 centimeter square minus what? 6 centimeter square. And what would this give us? This will give us what? 31.5 centimeter square. Okay, and the question says calculate correct to the nearest whole number. So the nearest whole number, we have 31 here. Okay, and the next number is 5, which is we can approximate a 1, take a 1 and add up to what? This one here. So we are left with what? We are left with what? 32 centimeter square. So this is our answer for the area of what? TQRS. Question 10A of the WASSCE 2018 mathematics theory question says in triangle PQS, okay, PQ is what? 12 centimeter, PS is what? 5 centimeter. Then it says angle SPQ is equal to angle PRQ. Where is angle PRQ? PRQ, which is equal to what? 90 degrees. Okay, so from here to here is 90. From here to here is also 90 degrees. Okay, 90 and what? 90. Okay, find correct to 3 significant figures the side PR. So we have to find the side PR. Okay, all right, so we have to find the side PR. So how do we do this? To get this side PR, which this is a triangle PRQ, okay, we need to know at least this angle. Is that not it? We need to know this angle, okay, so that we can just use SOHCAHTOA. Remember SOHCAHTOA? Let me just write it here. SOHCAHTOA. You know, before you start solving, you have to first find out how you get your answer. It's just like before you embark on a journey, you have to know which route you're going to take. Let's say you're going to Oshodi, for instance, or Aja, or Ajegunle, or you're going to Ojo Badagry. Okay, so you have to find which route is the best to take. Okay, so in a question, you have to find how you want to get it. So your rough sheet is quite important before you start penning down your final answer. All right, okay, so from here, how do I do this? How do we do this? Okay, so we need to get this angle here, so we can apply SOHCAHTOA, okay, to get this side. You know, when you have one angle and you have a side, it is easy for you to get any other side. All right, okay, so we don't know this side, we don't know this angle. So how do we get this angle? So for us to get this angle here, okay, and looking at this bigger triangle, that's angle PSQ. All right, so if this angle is what? X, okay, so it means that this side is the opposite. All right, and this side will be the what? Adjacent. Why this side is what? That's SQ is what? The what? Hypotenuse. Is that not it? Okay, so to get this angle, we can apply what? SOHCAHTOA. Since we have two sides, it's easy for you to get any angle in the triangle. Okay, all right, so from here we can say SOHCAHTOA. How can we relate opposite and adjacent? Is what? Using tan. Okay, so we can say tan X is equal to what? 5. What is our opposite? 5 over what? 12. So our angle X will be what? The tan inverse of what? 5 over 12. And if we punch in our calculator, this is going to give us what? 22.6199 degrees. Okay, so we've gotten this angle here now. Now the next thing, please, okay, you know, you have to state this. You say considering triangle. Okay, let me try to state it here. You say considering triangle P, from our question it says is what? PQS, that's PQS. Okay, I've been saying PSQ. Okay, so considering, always use the what the question gives. Considering triangle, what? PQ what? S. You now say this angle here, you say angle, this angle here is angle PQS. So you say angle, where will I state it? Okay, let me just write it here. You just say angle PQS, okay, is equal to what? Tan PQS is equal to what? 5/12. So you know, you just state the remaining to get what? Your answer. Always make sure you state your workings. It carries, it's just half mark, and you'll be amazed in exam what can make you fail or make you pass. Sorry, what can make you pass is what? Half mark. If you add half to 49.5, is that not a 50? So which will also make you pass. So please always state this. This carries what? Half, all those silent half mark that would add up to the whole sum and make you pass. So make sure you state your workings. Okay, so we've gotten this angle here, x, as what? 22.6199 degrees. All right, so it is now easy for us to get what? Our side PR, since we have what? We have this side here. So you now say, considering triangle PRQ, okay, which is what? PRQ. All right, considering this angle, triangle, you now say to get PR, that's this side, PR, which is what the question asks. To get side PR, it is what? It is what? From here, from this triangle here. Okay, so this is our angle here, so it means this is what? Our opposite. Okay, and this is what? Our adjacent. And 12 becomes what? Our hypotenuse, considering this what? Triangle. All right, so from here we can apply still SOHCAHTOA. So this angle we can say is what? Opposite over what? Hypotenuse, since we are looking for our opposite. Okay, so we say it's what? This angle, which is what? 22 point. You can also draw out the angle. Okay, I think it actually helps. So you draw out the angle, then label it. Considering this triangle, you put the angle here, 22.6199. okay, then you draw out 12 centimeter. Then this is what? PR. You're looking for PR what? Q. So this is our unknown. All right, so put it this way. So to get PR, we're going to use what? Sine. Okay, since sine x here will be what? Our opposite of our what? Hypotenuse. So you say sine 22.6199 is equal to what? PR over 12, which will give us what? So what will be PR? PR will just cross multiply 12. So PR will be equal to what? 12 times what? Sine 22.6199. And when you multiply this, what are we going to get? We're going to get what? 4.6154 when you punch in your calculator. And our question says find correct to 3 significant figures. I hope we know how to approximate in significant figures. So in significant figures we'll count. Since the question says 3, we'll count 1, 2, 3. Now this is the third number. Then the next number after the third number, is it greater than 5 or equal to 5? It is equal to 5, so definitely we can approximate. So we add a 1 to this one here. So our final answer is what? 4.62 centimeter to 3 significant figures. So this is our answer for question 10A. Question 10B of the WASSCE 2018 Mathematics Theory question says the length of 2 ladders L and M are 10 meter and 12 meter respectively. They are placed against a wall such that each ladder makes the same angle with the horizontal ground. If the foot of L is 8 meters from the wall. Question I says draw a diagram to illustrate this information. So that is 1 mark. All right, so we have to draw the diagram. All right, okay, in drawing this diagram, let us interpret. It says the length of 2 ladders L and M are 10 meter and 12 meter respectively. They are placed against a wall. So we have a wall. So let's make this our wall like this. Okay, and placed against a wall such that each ladder makes the same angle with the horizontal ground. So we have a ground which is horizontal, okay, and it says each ladder makes the same angle, okay, the same angle with the horizontal ground. All right, okay, so we have the ladder. There's a big one and a small one. So the small one, let's put the small one here, okay, it makes an angle and we're going to call the angle theta, okay, and the bigger one, okay, makes an angle also or theta. All right, so the small one is what, L, which is 10 meter, and the big one is what, M, which is what, 12 meter. Okay, make sure you draw straight lines. All right, make sure you draw straight lines so we can erase this. You can just simply erase all this. All right, so you can erase this part. Okay, so this will be our diagram from here. All right, okay, so we have this, and again it says if the foot of L, this is L, is 8 meter from the wall. That's if the foot of L is 8 meter from the wall. This is our wall, okay? You write this is the wall. Please label all your diagram. This is the wall. This is the horizontal ground. Since it says draw the diagram, so the diagram takes marks. So every details, please make sure you put them, okay? State them. So this is the horizontal ground. So from here to here is what, 8 meter. Okay, from here to here is 8 meter. Then what else again? Any other details? Were we giving any other details? No, we're not giving any other details. So this is it. So this is our diagram. This is interpretation of the question. The question says draw a diagram to illustrate this information. So this is the answer. So you say where theta, we have theta, so theta is the same. Since the question says makes the same angle, so theta will be equal to theta. That's why I made them the same thing. Okay, don't go and put x here and put y. When you do that, it's saying that you have different angles, but theta equating theta is the same angle. Okay, and you have L equal to 10 meter, M is equal to 12 meter. Okay, so this is interpretation of the diagram. Now the question now says calculate the height at which M touches the wall. Okay, so the question says calculate the height at which, this is M, okay, the height at which M touches the wall. So we have to find from here to here. That's our second question. It says you find this height. Okay, all right, so the question says we have to find this height. So we can say, what should we call this? What should we call this height? Okay, we can call this height, we're looking for X. All right, okay, so now if you see this you can see this particular triangle. All right, this particular shape here, you can see this particular shape here. We have two triangles. Is that not it? We have two triangles. We have this triangle, then this bigger triangle, and the same angle. So this is similar triangle. So using the property, the properties of similar triangles says that this side, that's this side of the smaller triangle, let's call this side, okay, from here to here, let's call it Y, and let's call from here to this last point here, that's for the bigger triangle, let's call it Z. Okay, so properties of similar, you say using properties, using the property of, let me draw a line here, of similar triangles. Okay, so using the properties of similar triangle, Y over X will be equal to 8 over Z, which will be equal to this length here, L over M, which will be equal to L over M. Okay, I hope you remember properties of similar triangles. Okay, this length from here to here, divided by from here to here will be equal to from here to here divided by from here to here, and also equal to what? The length of this divided by the length of this. Okay, all right, so it will be easy now for us to get what? Our x. Okay, so all we need to do is just find, from here we already know L and M as what? 10 over what? 12. Okay, so and we're looking for what? X, so we just need to get what? Y. That is all we need to get first. We need to get what? Y. Okay, so to get Y, which is from here to here, we have to consider what? This what? Triangle. Is that not it? And in considering this triangle, let us draw this triangle out. So we can label this triangle. Should we put some terms here? Okay, let's just draw the triangle out. Draw the triangle out. You have from here, you have here and here, where here is what? 10 meters, which is L, equal to 10 meters, and the question says from the foot, L is what? 8 meter from the foot of the wall, which is from here to here. So here is what? 8 what? Meter, and definitely this is a right angle triangle. Sorry, in your diagram, please make sure you put this. Okay, that's your first I draw a diagram to illustrate this information. We forgot to put our right angle triangle. Make sure you do that. That is very key. Okay, because this is a wall, so a wall is what? On a right angle triangle. Please, we forgot to mention this. Please, we forgot to mention this. Okay, so make sure you put your right angle triangle what? Sign here. So you have right angle what? Triangle here. So from here it is easy for us to get our Y. Is that not it? Since if it's a right angle triangle, it means that this is the hypotenuse, this is the adjacent. So, and this is our angle here, theta. So this is what? The opposite. So using what? Pythagoras, you're going to state using Pythagoras theorem, you have hypotenuse. State the formula, please. Okay, don't just look at this thing as please make sure you state your formulas. Opposite square plus what? Adjacent square. Don't just assume that your examiner knows what you're doing. State it. Yes, it might take time and all, but state it. It will add a mark. Okay, so using Pythagoras theorem, you have what? Your hypotenuse square equal to this. So our hypotenuse here is what? 10 square. Our opposite is what we're looking for, so we'll still leave it the same, and we've stated here that our opposite is what? Y, so we can just say Y square plus our adjacent is what? 8 meters. Okay, so we have 8 square. So from here, Y square will be equal to what? 10 square minus what? 8 square. And what is 10 square? That is what? 100 minus 64. And what is 100 minus 64? That will give us what? That will give us 36. So Y square is what? 36. So from here, our Y will be equal to what? The square root of what? 36. And what's the square root of 36? That will give us what? 6 what? Meter. Okay, so from here to here is what? 6 meter. So since we know our Y now, using from the formula, you just state from the formula of similar triangles. From the formula, so you are telling the marker that you are referring to this. From the formula of similar triangles, okay, Y over X is equal to what? L over M. And where your Y, we've gotten our Y as what? 6 divided by what is our X, and what is our X? Our X is what? Our unknown. Okay, that's what we're looking for. That is the height at which M touches the wall. So 6 over X is equal to our L is what? 10, and our M is what? 12. So definitely here we have, if we cross multiply, we are going to have what? Cross multiplying, we're going to have 6 times 12 is equal to what? 10x. And what's 6 times 12? That's 72 equal to 10x. Okay, divide both sides by 10, divide both sides by 10. So x is equal to what? 7.2 what? Meter. Okay, so this is our answer, 7.2 meters. So when you have x is equal to 7.2 meters, so you have to state further that therefore the height at which M touches the wall, okay, is equal to what? 7.2 meters. So this is our answer. Question 11A of the WASSCE 2018 mathematics theory question, that's your WAEC theory question. It says copy and complete the table of values for y. This should be an equal to sign here, equal to 2x squared plus x minus 10 for these values. That is what x is what greater than or equal to minus 5 and x is less than or equal to what? 4. So we're to complete this table. Okay, so we're going to solve this out. So we're going to put in the values of x into this equation to get at different values of y from x as minus 5 to what? 4. Okay, we have to solve this out. It carries a mark. Okay, and we'll definitely go to our graph, and I'm going to explain in detail how to draw a graph. Okay, because this is when so many students ask questions on, oh, please do a graph for us. So this is very key. I'm going to explain some things on graph, then we'll plot our graph together. Okay, it might not be perfect, but I'm going to show you the steps. All right, okay, so let us complete our table first. Now, so we have this. Okay, let's draw a line. So this is the equation y is equal to what? 2x squared plus x minus what? 10. So from here, if your x squared is taking a positive sign, there's no negative here, it means the graph of this, the shape of the graph of this graph is going to be a u. But when you have this x squared taking a negative, you are going to have what? An n. Okay, the shape of your graph will be here. So when you have the equation, you should at least know the shape of how the shape of your graph is, so that when you start drawing and your shape is going like n, then you should know you have made a mistake somewhere. So when x squared is taking a positive sign, the shape of your graph will be a u. But when x squared from your question is a negative, the shape of your graph will be what? An n. Okay, note that, it's very key. Okay, so you know when you're drawing your graph, when you're going in another direction, you should know you've made a mistake from your completing the table. Okay, all right, so when x, let us start solving this. So when x is equal to minus 5, so let's put in the values of x as minus 5 into this equation. Now you have to be very careful here, okay, so you don't miss your signs. All right, so you have here y is equal to what? 2 bracket what? Minus 5 square plus bracket minus 5, then minus what? 10. So from here, what do you have? This is what? 2 times what? 25. Is that not it? Minus 5 square, the minus will cancel out, so we have 25 times what? 25. Here, this plus multiplied by this negative here will be a negative 5, negative what? 10. So you are left here with 2 times 25 is what? 50, and minus 5 minus 10 is what? Minus what? 15. So it's equal to what? 35. So our first value here is 35, so we write 35 here. Okay, so what's the next value is what? X is equal to what? Minus 4. Okay, so we put in our value of minus 4, so we have 2 bracket minus 4 square plus bracket minus 4, then minus what? 10. So what do we have here? We have 2 times 4 square, that's minus 4 square, will give us what? 16. Then plus times this minus here will give us a negative 4, negative what? 10. And what is 2 times 16? 2 times 16 will give us what? 32. And we have minus 4 minus 10 will give us what? Minus what? 14. And 32 minus 14 will give us what? 18. Okay, so this is what? 18. So we've been given this value here, and we have to look for what? This minus 2. Okay, so for x equal to minus 2, so we have y is equal to 2 bracket minus 2 square plus bracket minus 2 bracket close bracket minus what? 10. So here what do we have? We have 2 times what? 4. Is that not it? Minus 2 square is what? 4 plus, no, not plus, you see where plus times negative will give us what? A negative. So negative 2 minus what? 10. So here what are we left with? We are left with what? 2 times 4 is what? 8. And minus 2 minus 10 will give us what? Minus what? 12. And what is my 8 minus 12? That will give us a negative what? 4. Is that not it? So we have a negative 4 here. So for minus 2 we have what? A negative 4. The next value we have to look for is when x is what? 1. Okay, so when x is equal to what? 1, what do we have? Our y will be equal to what? 2 bracket 1 square, okay, plus bracket 1, then 1, then minus what? 10. So what do we have here? 1 square is still 1, so we have 2 plus 1 minus what 10. Is that not it? That is what 2 plus 1, and 2 plus 1 is what 3 minus 10. And what's 3 minus 10? That will give us what minus 7. So this would be what minus 7. So here we have 3. So when x is equal to 3, what do we have? Y is equal to what? 2 bracket 3 squared plus 3 or bracket minus what 10. So what is 3 squared? That is 9. So we have 2 times 9 plus 3, then minus what 10. What's 2 times 9? We have what 18. Is that not it? 18 plus 3 will give us 21. Then 21 minus 10. What would that give us? What would that give us? That will give us what? 11. Okay, that's 21 minus 10 will give us what? 11. Okay, so the value of when x is 3, our y is what? 11. So our final one what to look for is what? X is equal to what? 4. Okay, so we have y is equal to 2 bracket 4 square plus or bracket 4, then minus what 10. Okay, so here we have 4 squared, that's 16. So 2 times what 16 plus 4 minus 10. Okay, what's 2 times 16? That will give us what 32 plus 4 minus 10. And what's 32 plus 4? That will give us what 36. And what's 36 minus 10? That will give us what 26. So we have what here 26. Okay, so this is our table. We've completed the table. Okay, so all you need to do on your book, draw out this table, then state this value. So this is the answer to question 11A. You must do your workings too. Okay, that's why I did it. We did it together. Be careful with your signs. This is where students miss points. Okay, because when you miss your sign here, like I think I made a mistake here. If you miss it, you're going to get a value, and which is going to change your curve. All right, that's the curve of the equation. So be careful, slow down here a bit, okay, and be very accurate, and go back to check if you missed anything. All right, so we have our table here. Now it's for us to plot our graph. So question 11B says we should plot the graph of this. Remember from 11A, that's y equal to 2x squared plus x minus 10. Okay, using the scale 2 centimeter to 1 unit, that's on the x-axis, and the scale 2 centimeter to 5 units on the y-axis. Okay, so you can see I'm using the standard. Okay, if you look at this particular notebook, this is a WAEC standard graph sheet. Okay, I hope that's what you use everywhere in Africa. Okay, but we are going to be using this graph sheet. So why I'm doing this like a real physical video, not a digital video where I put in a digital copy of this, then plot on a whiteboard. Okay, is for you to connect, okay, with me directly. This is like a real life situation. So we're going to draw this graph together. So I'm going to be telling you some tips on plotting a graph. Okay, now the first tip is I need you to understand your scale. Okay, and in WAEC they would give you a scale. Please make sure you don't go and use your own scale, because that's where you start failing it. Make sure you use the scale given in the question. And this question says 2 centimeter to 1 unit on the x-axis. Now, what do they mean by 2 centimeter? I don't know, that's the first thing you might want to know. What's 2 centimeter? Because some questions might tell you use 1 centimeter to 1 unit, or 1 centimeter to 2 units. So what does this unit mean? What does this centimeter mean? Okay, let me explain it to you properly before we go forward with our own question. Now, the centimeter here, for instance, they say 2 centimeter. 2 centimeter on your graph sheet is from here to here. All right, and 1 centimeter is from here. You're going to count 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here, this is 1 centimeter. Okay, while from here to here is 2 centimeter. And if you count the lines in the 2 centimeter, they are going to be equal to 10. Let's count together. We have here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you see you have 10 boxes. 10 little of this cube would make up 2 centimeter, while 5 of these boxes, these lines, okay, that's horizontal lines, okay, would make up 1 centimeter. So for instance, you are told to use 1 centimeter to 1 unit. Okay, let me explain this unit now. This unit means like a number. So FU is like saying every centimeter, give it a particular number. Are you following me? Now, for instance, if we have here, if the question says 1 centimeter to 1 unit, it means every 1 centimeter will be equal to what? 1. The next centimeter, you are going to add 1, which will be what? 2. The next centimeter will be what? 3. That's every 1 centimeter, all right? Okay, so but for our question here, let's erase this. Okay, always make sure you have a good eraser, and also you have to have a HB pencil. Sorry, I'm not using a HB pencil here. Okay, but for you, please make sure you get a HB pencil, all right? Okay, and a very good eraser. So here our questions now says what? The first thing on the x-axis, and remember, where is your y and x-axis? Okay, your y-axis is this way and your x-axis is what? This way. Your x-axis is always what? Horizontal, while your y-axis is what? Vertical. All right, make sure you know that your y and your x-axis. Okay, so it says on the x-axis 2 centimeter to 1 unit. So it means that from here to here, which is 2 centimeter, we are going to have what? 1 unit. All right, and it also says on the y-axis 2 centimeter to 5 units. So on the sorry, this is supposed to be from here to here. Okay, for the y-axis it says 2 centimeter to what? 5. So the 5 is just like a number. It could be 2 centimeter to 3 units. It could be 2 centimeter to 7 units. It could be 2 centimeter to what? 10 units. Okay, or 1 centimeter to 2 units. 1 centimeter to what? 5 units. But let me state, if this is, if for instance it is 1 centimeter to 10 units, so it means on the x-axis, so it means that from here to here will be what? 10. Then you add another 10 from here to here, which is 1 centimeter, another 1 centimeter will be what? 20, add another 10, then another 1 centimeter, you add a 10 to this 20, we are going to have what? 30. Okay, or if it says 1 centimeter to 5 units, let's say on the y-axis, I mean, so it means that from here to here, which is 1 centimeter, here will be what? 5, what? 5. Okay, and from here to here, you add another 5, it will be what? 10. So I hope we understand now the meaning of the centimeter to units. Okay, so now let's plot our graph. Okay, and we're going to look at this again. All right, so we have to plot our graph now. Okay, you have to have a ruler. Now let's draw a line for our y-axis. Okay. Apologize once more that this isn't a HB pencil because it's supposed to be thicker. Okay, so you could see it clearly. All right. Okay. Okay, so now let's draw this for our y-axis, right? All right. And you can see here the highest value of our y-axis is what? 35. Is that not it? 35. Okay, so it means that, and this is a positive 35. All right, so and our positive is up here, while our negative is what? Down here. All right, and the highest value for our negative axis on the y-axis is also 9. So it means, you know, let's put our graph in such a way that, you know, since 35 is more, so let's draw the x-axis a little bit downward here. Okay, I think we can keep it somewhere here. All right, the y-axis says 2 centimeter to 5 units. Okay, so 2 centimeter to 5 units, that would be a 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Okay, what should we do? Okay, I think we can still bring it down, since here this is just -9, so we can have, like, if we put it here, if we put our x-axis here, we'll have like a 5 and 10. Is that not it? Okay, and we have a -10 here, so we can have a 5 and 10. We can actually bring it a bit down. All right. Okay, why I'm actually doing this, before you start drawing, you have to actually try to, you know, just scale out your graph. All right, since here you have 35, which is the highest positive value, so it means that the positive portion of the y-axis have to be what? More. okay, and the negative portion, the highest negative value here is minus 10, so we can easily put minus the values here, the units here of minus 10 can easily be, we can easily get it down here. All right, that's why I'm doing this, okay. And before we even plot our y, we're even supposed to check our x out, because we have minus 5. Minus 5 will be all this way, and a positive 4 would be this way. So I think it's even best we would have put a y axis here, this on this line, but it's still okay. So let's draw our x axis. Okay, I'm trying to make this thing dark so you see it, okay. All right, but if you're using a HB pencil, just drawing it once it would be dark and clear enough, okay. All right, okay, so this is our y-axis. State it, and this is our x-axis, okay. State it. All right, okay, so from here this is 0, so let us put in our values. Now it says what our scale. Let's do our scale down. Our scale on the x-axis says what 2 centimeters to what 1 unit, okay. So 2 centimeters to 1 unit, that will be here will be 1, here will be 2, that is 2 centimeters to 1 unit. Then here will be what 3, here will be what 4, and here will be 5, okay. So on this side this is negative, so here will be what minus what 1, and here will be what a negative what 2, here will be what a negative what 3, and here will be what a negative what 4, and here will be a negative 5, okay. So it says on our y-axis we have 2 centimeters to 5 units, okay. So 2 centimeters to 5 units, 2 centimeters to 5 units on our y-axis. So it means from here to here will be what 5 centimeters, okay. That's 2 centimeters to 5. So from here to here will be what 5, okay. To here will be what 10, here will be what 15. So every 2 centimeters add a 5. That's what it means. Here will be what 20. Here will be what 25. Here will be 30. And here will be what 35. We can leave it at 35, or we can just add one more. And here will be what 40. Okay, but we know we're going to stop at what 35. Okay, so now on the negative part of what our y-axis, here will be what a 5 minus 5. Okay, and here will be what a negative what 10. Okay, I hope you can see that. So here is a negative 5, and here is a negative what 10. Or should I use a pen so you could see, we could see together? Okay, let's use, I think we should use a pen, all right, instead of using a pencil, so you could see the values, all right, because I know it might not be so clear, but let's use a pen, okay. All right, so this is a 5 here, a negative 5, a negative 10. So this is 1 here, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, and this is 5. This is a negative 1, a negative 2, a negative 3, a negative 4, and a negative 5. Okay, this is a 5 here, this is a 10 here, this is 15, this is 20, this is 25, this is 30, this is 35, and this is what 40. Okay, so now let's plot our graph, and this is what 0. So let's plot our graph. It now says when x is what minus 5, y is what 35. So it means x is minus 5, y is what 35. So this is our first point here. So you make a star here. Okay. The next point, when x is minus 4, y is what? 18. Okay, minus 4. Where would 18 fall? Okay, so now this is 15. So it means this will be 16. This is 17. 18, 19, 20. Now, this is where the trick, there's another, you have to understand this now. So it means here, from 15 to 20, what are the values between it? So from here to here will be what? If this is 15, from here to here is 16. So 2 lines will give us what? 16. This from here to here will be what? 17. From here to here will be 18. From here to here will be 19. And from here to here will be what? About 20. So in explain how you can know the value of each of these lines here. Well, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's each of this line between 5 and 10, or 0 and 5, or 10 and 15. Now to know this, since we know that the y-axis says 2 centimeter to 5 units, okay, and two in a 2 centimeter box, okay, which is from here to here, as I said earlier, in a 2 centimeter box you have what? 10 what? Lines, okay, that's you have 10 of these small boxes, these small square boxes, that's you have 10 horizontal what? Lines. If we count it, we have here, from here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's for a 2 centimeter box. But for a 1 centimeter we have 5. And remember I said 1 centimeter is from here, 1, you have here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so for a 2 centimeter box you have what? 10 what? Of these boxes, that's the lines. All right, and here we're told 2 centimeter to 5 units. So simply to get each of the value of these lines, these boxes, we just say what? 5 divided by what? 10. Okay, since it's 2 centimeter to 5 units, and each 2 centimeter we have 10 boxes, so we say 5 divided by 10. And what is 5 divided by 10? That will give us what? 0.5. Okay, and so definitely each of this line will be what? 0.5. So you have from here to here is 0.5. You add another 0.5 here, we have 1. Another 0.5 times plus 1, we have 1.5. 1.5 plus 0.5, we have 2. So it means here is 1, here is 2. That's each 2 boxes. We have 1, 2, we have 3, we have 4, then 5. Okay? All right, so but from here, from 5 to 10, what do we have here? If this is 5, this here will be 6, here will be 7, here will be 8, here will be 9, and definitely here is what? 10. And if this is 10, it means here will be what? 11. You know, from here to here is 10.5. 10.5 plus another 0.5 will give us 11. Okay, so I'm just making it easier that each 2 boxes will be 1. Okay, so here would be what? 12, here will be 13, here will be 14, and here will be what? 15. Now on the x-axis, now how do we get to know each of these little boxes? What is the value for each of these boxes here? That's each of the lines. Okay, you know, in 2 centimeter, okay, we have 10 what? Lines. Okay, that's 10 of these boxes. Now from here, our x-axis says what? 2 centimeter to what? 1 unit. So all we need to do is just say what? 1 divided by 10. And what is 1 divided by 10? That will give us what? 0.1. So it means now that each of this line is what? 0.1. Okay, so you have 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, then 0.9 plus another 0.1 will give us what? A 1. So it means from here we have 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, 1.8, 1.9, then a 2. So I hope you now understand how you can get the values of each of these points. So if you're just giving your 2 centimeter to 1 unit, all you need to do is just divide 1 over what? 10. If it was 1 centimeter to, let's say, 2 units, remember you have 5. You have 5 of the blocks, okay, in a 1 centimeter. So all you need to do is divide what? 2 divided by what? 5, okay, and that will give you the value of each of the lines. All right, okay, and 2 divided by 5 is definitely what? 0.4. Okay, so that's how you get the value of each of these lines. Okay, that's in case you are confused about it. You know, it can get a student confused. Even me, right, when I was also learning on graph, this also got me confused. So that's how you can what? get it. Okay, that's why from here to here is 16, from here to here is 17, this is 18, this is 19, and this is what, 20. Okay, and our value says, our table says minus 4 is equal to what, 18. So we have here minus 4, and let's trace 18. So here will be what, from here to here is 16, 17, and 18. So 18 is what's here. So this is our point for 18. Okay, so this is 18. All right, now the next value says minus 3. X is minus 3 when y is what, 5. Okay, so y is what, 5, and x is what, minus 3. So this is the point here. Okay, now the next thing says what, when x is minus 2, y is what, minus 4. Okay, so when x is minus 2, y is what, minus 4. Okay, y is minus 4. So we're still going to apply the same principle since we still have what, 2 centimeter to 5 units. Okay, so if this is minus 5, from here to here will be what, minus 4. That's, here will be minus 4, here will be minus 3, here will be minus what, 2, here will be minus 1, and here will definitely be what, 0. So we have minus 2 and what, minus 4. So minus 4 will be what, here. This is a point for minus 4. Okay, minus 2, and y minus what, 4. Now the next value says what, when x is what, minus 1, y is what, minus what, 9. Okay, so this is minus 1, y will be what, minus what, 9. So minus 9 is what, here. Okay, so if this is minus 10, the next 2 points will be what, up will be what, minus what, 9. So x is what, minus 1, and y is what, minus 9. So we have it here. Our point is what, here. Okay, now the next thing it says when x is 0, y is what, minus 10. Okay, so x is 0, x at 0, y is what, minus 10, and this is what, minus 10. Okay, so this is our point here. All right, the next value says when x is 1, y is what, minus what, 7. So where is minus 7? This is x is 1. Where is minus 7? Okay, so if this is minus 10, it means here is minus 9, this is minus 8, and here is what, minus what, 7. So trace it down here, since we have here as what, x is what, 1, and y is what, minus 7. So this is our point here. Okay, are you following me? If you have any questions, just feel free to drop a comment in this video. Okay, all right, so the next value says when x is what, 2, y is what, 0. Okay, so when x is 2, y is 0. So at y 0, x is what, 2. So this is our point here. All right, okay, the next value says when x is 3, y is what, 11. Okay, x is 3, y is 11. If this is 10, definitely the next 2 points will be what, 11. So this is 11. When x is 3, y is 11. Okay, that's y is 11. The next point says when x is 4, y is what, 26. Okay, 26 when x is 4. Okay, if this is 25, then it means the next 2 boxes is what, 26. So y is what, 26 when x is what, 4. Okay, so this is our point. All right, have you gotten it? So this is the way our graph would what be. So now it's for us to now trace this point. Okay, trace this point out. Okay, in tracing your point out now on the graph, you have several methods. I remember them back then in school. I used broomstick. Okay, I'm still quite old school, but I think right now you can use a French curve. I don't know how to use a French curve, so I'm going to use the broomstick here. Okay, but I think French curve could be more easier, but I have a broomstick here, so that's what we're going to use. Okay, and I'm going to use my pen so we see the lines. Okay, so this is my broomstick. You can take your broomstick if you want to the exam hall. I don't think the examiner would disturb you with it, but okay. All right, so I have this, so we can draw the first line. We're just going to trace it, okay, together. All right, I'm going to use my pen. Okay, and sorry, I didn't know when my phone stopped recording. I think a call came in, so I actually drew this part of the graph. Okay, you didn't see that, but we're going to draw this together, okay, and you're going to see it, okay? So let's get these points together. So how do we do this? Still using my broomstick, okay? I'm using a pen here. Okay, gotten those 2 points. All right, so let me try to get this point now. I hope you can see this clearly. Okay. Yeah, I can do it this way. Okay. A little bit bent here. All right. Okay, just one step here. Okay, I think I've gotten it now. All right. Okay. Yeah, great. Gotten that point now. All right. Okay. So let's try to get this point. We're almost done. Okay, just look for a very straight part of the broomstick, all right? Just curve this. I think a French curve would be better, right? But I'm still old-fashioned. Don't mind me, please. But the basic key things of a curve is your points, getting your points right, then trying to get the curve. All right, I think, yep, good. Okay, let's get these 2 points now. We're almost done. Okay. Are you with me? Stay with me, okay? So you can see when you're picking your questions, you know, part B, this graph is part of part B in your theory question. So you should know that this will take some time. So time yourself. Your theory takes 2 hours 30 minutes. The first part is compulsory, so try to be fast with the first part because the third part is quite hard. I think you select in the third part there are 8 questions. I think you get to select, I don't know if it's 3 or 4 right now. Okay, we've gotten this. Yeah, just the last one remaining now. Okay, just 1 minute. Let's do this together. Okay. Oh, great. Okay, so you can see our curve. I think I tried a bit, right? Okay, when you're using your pencil, it's going to be quite easy for you because you know you can erase, then use your pen, the broom to also make it better. But I think this is fairly good. All right. Okay, so this is the curve. All right. This is the first part of the question, which says draw the graph. Okay, plot the graph using our scales which we've used. Then on your graph, also make sure on this graph, just write here y is equal to, for the examiner, it's actually another additional point. You say y, this is the graph of y is equal to what, 2x squared plus what, x minus 10. That's on the graph. Write it on this line. All right, so it says that this is the graph of this equation. All right, okay, so we have this. Now what's the next thing for us to do? Question B, that's for the same 11B, okay, which is this. Now in 11C, we have 11ABC. 11C says use the graph to find the solution of, it says we should find the solution of I 2x squared plus x minus 10. Okay, no, not minus, equal to 10, and 2x squared plus x minus 10 equal to 2x. Okay, so we have to find that. That's what the question, the second part, that's 11C. All right, so to find 11CI, that is 11CI, we have here 11CI, 2x squared plus x equal to what? 10. It says we should find what? We should find the solution of this using what? Our graph. So from here, we have to equate this to look as this, y equal to what? 2x squared plus what? X minus 10. Okay, that's we have to make this equation look as in equate it to look at like this. Okay, in doing that, we are going to have here 2x squared plus x, taking 10 to this side, we have minus 10 equal to, we are going to be left with what? A 0. So it means here that y is equal to what? 0. Okay, so y equal to 0. So from here, to get the solution of this, it means we are going to have two values of what? X. Okay, and at y equal to 0. So where is y equal to 0? Y is equal to 0 here. So on the graph, okay, we're going to check at the point where y is equal to 0, where did the graph touch what? The x-axis. Okay, and that is what we know as what? The roots of the equation. Okay, that is what we know as what? The roots of the equation, where the points where the curve touches what? The x what? Axis at y equal to 0. So where does the point of the curve touch the x-axis? We are going to trace that down. So here we have one point here. One point is what? X. So here x is equal to 2, or this next point, what point is this? See this point here? We have a point here, and this is like this is 2 here, and this is like the middle. This is the mid. It cuts. Can you see this? I hope we can see this. Okay, so it cut at this point here, and at this point, this is the mid between 3 and 2, and which is what? 2.5. Okay, so we have 2.5 here. This is like saying 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5, 2.6, 2.7, 2.8, 2.9, and 3. So it cuts here at what? 2.5. So x is equal to 2, or x is equal to what? 2.5. So this is the solution of what? This equation. X is equal to 2, or x equal to what? 2.5. Now we have the next question says find the solution of what? This. So we have 11CII, which says 2x squared plus what? X minus 10 equal to what? 2x. So here it means that y is equal to what? 2x. Okay, so this means this would make us to what? Form a table. All right, we have to form a table, then look for the line of y equal to what? 2x. And in forming the table, we're going to still use the values of x from x as minus 5 to what? 4. Okay, so let's do this together. So we have here, let's just plot the table first. We have x, okay, minus 5, minus 4, minus 3, minus 2, minus 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, then 4. Y. Okay, so what will be y when x is what? Minus 5. Let's solve this together. Let's use the space here. Let's just manage the space. I hope you can see this. Okay, all right, I'm just checking the camera to see if you can see it. Okay, I hope you can see it together. Okay, all right, so so when y, so what will be y when x is what? Minus 5. So we have here 2 times what? Minus 5. And what will be 2 times minus 5? We have a minus 10. So we have a minus 10 here. When x is what? Minus 4, what do we have? Times minus 4, we have what? A minus what? 8. So this will be a minus 8. When x 2 times what? Minus 3, we're going to have a minus 6. So this will be a minus 6. So we have y 2 times what? When x is minus 2 minus 2, we have a minus 4. When this will be now, okay, let's put it here. Sorry, this shouldn't be minus 4, this should be minus 6. Okay, 2 times minus 2, we have what? A minus 4. And here we have what? 2 times minus 1, we're going to have a minus 2. So we put a minus 2 here. And here we have what? 2 times what? 0, we have 0. Okay, we'll put a 0 here. We have y equals to 2 times 1. We have a 2 here. Y is equal to 2 times 2. We are going to have a 4. That's why we have a 4 here. Y equal to 2 times 3. We're going to have a 6. This will be a 6. And finally, y equal to 2 times 4. We're going to have what? 8. So this will be 8. So this is our table. This is our table for what? When y is equal to what? 2x. So we're going to plot this graph here. Then where this this equation, the equation of the line touches your curve, we are going to trace those 2 points, and that will be the solution of this what? This final, the last what equation. Okay, so let's plot the graph. When x is what? Minus 5. When x is minus 5, y is what? Minus. When x is minus 5, y is minus 10. Okay, so we're going to have something here. When x is minus 5, y is minus 10. When x is minus 4, y is minus what? 8. What will be 8? This will be 9. So we're going to have 8 somewhere here. Okay, and when x is minus 3, y is minus 6. 6 will be somewhere here. Okay, when x is minus 3, sorry, when x is minus 2, y is minus 4. Okay, so it's going to cut here. All right, so this is minus 4. And here, when x is minus 1, y is what? Minus 2. Y is minus 2. This is 4. This is 4. This is 3. And this will be 2. So we are going to have the point here. All right, here. Okay, that's for minus 1. And when x is 0, y is also 0. So we have a point that's going to cross here, the mid. Okay, and here we have here when x is 1, when x is 1, y is what? 2. So if this is 1, x is 1, we on the y-axis this is 1 and 2. So we're going to have it here. X is 1 and y is what? 2. And when x is 2, y is 4. So if this is 2, okay, this will be 3 and this will be 4. So y is what? 4 here. The next one, when x is 3, when x is 3, y is what? This is 6. Okay, when x is 3, y is 6. So where this is 3. Okay, where is 6? If this is 5, if this is 5, this will be what? 6. Is that not it? Okay, and when x is 4, y is 10. Y is when x is 4, y is what? 8. Let us look for 8. This is x at 4. Okay, this is 5, 6, 7, and 8. So this is 8. When x is 4, y is what? 8. Okay, so here we're going to draw a straight line. And try to get all the points. Okay, all right, I think this should do it. Okay, now I'm using a pen. So it's going to be very different when you're using a pencil. Okay? Okay. All right, so this is the line here. And you write on the line, y is equal to what? 2x. So the point at which the line crosses the curve, we're going to trace it down to x. Okay? So let's assume it's here, that it touches. Let's just pick this point here. Okay? So it picks it here. So we trace it down to x. And this one we trace down towards x. Okay, so here what do we have? Tracing the point at which this line cuts the curve. tracing it down here, we have what? A 2.5. This is 2.5. This is 2. This is 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, and 2.5. So one of the solution to this equation is what? X is equal to what? 2.5. And the next solution is it touches the line touches the curve here, and when we trace up, we get what? A -2, or x equal to what? -2. Okay, so this is the solution of 11C. Okay, so this is everything about plotting the graph. I hope you understand this properly, and I hope I was able to connect with you also, which is the purpose of why I said I should do this physically, so you understand it. So I hope you really get this. Okay, so this is simply how you draw a graph. You don't use a pen, please don't use a pen, use a HB pencil. Okay, and if you love to use a French curve, fine, but I'm used to the broomstick. That's how I learned mine about 16 years ago while writing my WAEC. Okay, so you can use it. You can see my own graph here. I think it's quite okay. All right, so this is the way you find the solution of, after, in the graphs, after you plot the graph, they always try to make you look for, it's either they stated find the solution of these equations, or they ask you find the roots of this equation. It is still the same. Don't be confused. When they say root of the equation, it's still the same as finding the solution of the equation. Okay, so finding the solution of the equation, it means the root of the equation. So when you're given the equation, formulate it, let it look like this, and if it gives us that y, as we said here, when we brought 10 to this side, it became a minus. You can see it's the same as this, so we equate it towards 0. Are you getting it? Since y is equal to 0, so definitely the points will be where the curve crosses the x-axis at y equal to 0. So the point at y equal to 0, we trace them down, and where we got this point and this point. This is our solution. Oh, sorry, this should be a negative. Okay, this is a negative 2.5. okay, because we took it from a negative 2.5. all right, sorry, this is a negative 2.5, not a positive. All right, okay, so that is how you find the solution of the equation. And you can see how we did this for here. We still had to form a table and plot the straight line graph, and where it touched the curve, that's where we have our point, which is the solution to the equation. That's the root of the equation. All right, so thank you. So let's get on to the next question. Question 12A of the WASSCE 2018 mathematics theory question. It says if x is this, that's 2 and 3, and y is 5 and -2, and z is -4 and 13. Find scalars p and q such that px plus pq is equal to z. Okay, let's try to find this. So we have here pq plus qy is equal to z. So from here we have here p. What is x? X is 2 and 3 plus q. And what is y? Y is 5 and -2. And what is z here? Z is equal to -4 and 13. So we're going to just treat it the way we're going to multiply out like the way we do in matrix. Okay, so here we have p times this will give us 2p, and p times this will give us 3p, plus q times this will give us 5q, and q times this, that's a positive and a negative, definitely to be a negative, plus times minus will give us a minus, so we have minus 2q. So we have equal to, this will be first equal to -4, then this will be equal to 13. Okay, so here we have two equations. Okay, and when you have two equations, equation 1 and equation 2, this is simultaneous equation. So you can either use elimination method or substitution method to solve this two equation, which is a simultaneous equation. So from here I'm going to use elimination method, and in using elimination method I'll try to cancel out p, and to cancel out p, I will this p on these two equation, I will multiply equation 1 by 3 and multiply equation 2 by 2. Okay, so in multiplying, what are we going to get? We're going to get here 3 times 2p, we're going to get 6p, plus 3 times 5q, we're going to get 15q, equal to 3 times -4, we are going to get -12, and 2 times 3p here, we're going to get 6p, and 2 times -2 here, we're going to get -4q, equal to 2 times 13, we're going to get 26. Okay, so from here we have equation 3 and equation 4. All right, so we can easily cancel out p. Now, to cancel out p, since these are positive, we have to introduce a negative sign so that this becomes 0, okay? And when we introduce a negative sign, we'll multiply equation 4 by a negative sign, okay? That's everything here by negative. So this will be negative. This negative here will become a positive, and 26 will carry a negative sign. Okay, so let's do this here. All right, so this will cancel out. So we have plus 15 plus 4, that will give us what? 19 what? Q. And minus 12 minus 26 will give us what? Is equal to a minus what? 38. So here we have here 19Q equal to what? Minus what? 38. So divide both sides by 19. 19 will cancel. We're left with what? 19 in 38 will go 2 times. So we're left with what? Q is equal to what? Minus 2. Okay, since you know Q as minus 2, we can now substitute this value into any of the equation. Okay, and I'm going to pick equation 1. Okay, so you state substitute Q equal to minus 2 into equation 1. Okay, so what's equation 1? Equation 1 is 2p plus 5q equal to what? Minus what? 4. So let's put in minus 2 here. So we have 2p is equal plus 5 bracket minus 2 equal to what? Minus what? 4. So this is 2p plus that 5 times minus 2 will give us what? Minus 10 equal to what? Minus 4. So from here, take minus to this side. We have 2p is equal to minus 4 plus what? 10. And what is minus 4 plus 10? That will give us what? Is 6. So we have 2p is equal to 6. Divide both sides by 2. Okay, we have p is equal to 2 in 6 will go how many times? 3 times. So our scalars p and q is what? P is equal to 3 and q is equal to what? Minus 2. So this is our answer. Question 11b of our WAEC 2018 Mathematics Theory Past question. It says, using a scale of 2 centimeters to 2 units on both axes, draw on a graph paper 2 perpendicular axes, okay, 0x and 0y for these values respectively. Then it also says, draw on the graph paper indicating clearly the vertices and their coordinates. Okay, so we have here I. Okay, this is the first coordinates we have to draw I, the quadrilateral W, X, Y, Z with this point. Okay, then I, the image of W1, X1, Y1, Z1 of the quadrilateral, this under an anti-clockwise rotation of 90 degrees about the origin where this. Okay, so how do we do this? Let's first of all draw this first quadrilateral, then we are going to solve this together. So it says using a scale of 2 centimeters to 2 units. Okay, so let's do this together. All right, so we have from here to here. Let's use this place, okay? And you know, for the values of for x we have minus 5 to 5, and for the values of y we have what? Minus 5 to what? 5. So we can just you know, just draw it, just separate the graph sheet into 2 equal parts, so we can have 5 here and 5 here. All right, okay, I'm using a pen so you can see it clearly. All right, you're supposed to use a HB pencil. Okay, so we have this line here. Okay, we can draw another one here. Okay, all right, so this is our origin. Okay, this is our y-axis. This is our y-axis. This is our x-axis. Okay, so let's put in our values. So on the x-axis, it says from minus 5 to 5. Okay, so we are going to have a 1 here. And remember, it also says 2 centimeters to what? 2 units. So it means this first 2 centimeters would be what? 2. The second would be what? 4. Remember from my explanation on graph, Then the third will be what? 8. So every 2 centimeter we have what? 2 units. So we can just stop here since we have, it says from -5 to what? 5. So 8 is okay because 5 will be in between here. And here we have a -2. We have here, sorry, after 4 we have a 6 here, not 8. Okay, that's 2 plus what? 4. Okay, so we have -2 here, we have -4, and we have what? -6. Okay, so here we have 2. Okay, the question says using a scale of 2 centimeter to 2 units on both axes. So both axes, we're going to use what? 2 centimeter to what? 2 units. Okay, so we have 2 here, we have 4 here, and we have here 6. And here we have what? -2. We have here -4 and -6. Okay, so let us draw now the quadrilateral. Okay, the first point W says what? W has the point 2. This is X, this is Y. So we have X2 and Y at 3. So where is 3? Okay, how do we find 3? Remember when explaining how to get the values of each of these lines here. Okay, that's each of these points here. I said we have to do what? Since this is what? 2 centimeter to 2 units, and in 2 centimeter we have how many points do we have in 2 centimeter? We have 10 points, right? So all we need to do is just say what? 2 divided by what? 10. Since we are saying 2 centimeter to 2 units, 2 centimeter, what? We have 10 points, so we just say 2 divided by 10. And what is 2 divided by 10? So 2 divided by 10 is what? 0.2. So from here to here is what? 0.2. From here to here is 0.2, 0.2. So each of these values is what? 0.2. So if we have 2 here, we're trying to look for 3. Is that not it? We're trying to draw the coordinates of what? W, where the coordinates of W is what? X at 2, which you already have here, and Y at 3. So we have to look for 3 here. 3 would fall in between 2 and 4. And we know that each of these lines, this place is we've noted them as what? 0.2. Okay, so let us count. So if this is 2, so here will be what? 2.2. This point here will be what? 2.4. This point here will be 2.6. This point here will be 2.8. And definitely this point here will be what? 3. Because 2.8 plus 0.2 will give us what? 3. So this point here is what? 3. Okay, this point here is 3. So we trace that out, and the point for W is what? This. Okay, and we'll make our star here. All right, so this is for W. We can just write W here. Okay, now the next point is what? X at what? 4 and what? Minus what? 1. So this is the value for X, and this is the value for what? Y. Where is X at 4? This is X at 4. Then Y at what? -1. So how do we get -1 from here? Remember, each of our values is what? 0.2. Okay, so this will be what? 0.2. Okay, that's -0.2 plus -0.2. You know, this is the negative side of Y. All right, this is the negative side of Y. So we have 0.2 here, 0.2 plus another 0.2. We have 0.4, we have 0.6, we have 0.8, and definitely we have what? 1 here. Okay, so this is the point value for what? 1. So we trace this out to what? 4. It is what? 4 and what? X, this X is at what? 4. The coordinates of this X is at what? 4 and what? -1. Okay, so we have 4 here and -1 here. So this is our point here, and we'll put the star here. Okay, what's the next thing? Y. Y is at the coordinates of what? X at -3 and Y at what? -4. Okay, so where is X at -3? Okay, let's try to find X at -3. This is our X-axis. So if this is 2, we have a 2.2 here, 2.4. You know, we're using the same scale on both axes. That's 2 centimeter to 2 units. If it was a different one, you know, we also have to formulate a way to get each of our points here. But since it's the same scale on both axes, it is still 0.2. Okay, so here we are looking for what? Where X is what? -3. Is that not it? So here is what? 2.2, 2.4, 2.6, 2.8. Then we have our 3 here. So 3 is here. Okay, and minus 4. Where's minus 4 on y? Okay, this is it. This is it here. All right, so we trace down this. So this is y at minus 4 and x at what? Minus what? 3. So this is another point here. Okay, remember we're drawing a quadrilateral. All right, that's what the question says. So our final coordinates, which is what z for the quadrilateral, is what z at what? Is at what? X at minus 3 and y at 2. Okay, so where is x at minus 3? Okay, this is still x at minus 3 and y at 2. Okay, this is y at positive 2. So we have our point here, y at 2 and x at minus 3. So our point is what's here. All right, okay, so we have, this is what, this point here is what? X. So let's just label it as x here. This point here is what? Y. So we just write y here. And this point here is what? Z. And you put z. Okay? In your notebook, you're using a pencil, so you also put z. All right? So let's draw the quadrilateral now. So let's draw our point. Let's draw the quadrilateral. So we have this from here. Okay. A quadrilateral has 4 sides. Okay. Then we have this. And finally, we have this point here. Don't make a mistake and draw your point to here, okay? I actually made that mistake too. All right? So make sure you label out your x boldly so it doesn't look like a point, okay? All right, so we have this quadrilateral here. So this is the answer to I, okay? That's the answer to this, all right? Now, the next question, that's the final one, says the image of this WI, XI, YI, and ZI of the quadrilateral this under an anti-clockwise rotation of 90 degrees about the origin are where this. So we have to draw the image, okay? When this image has been turned what? Anti-clockwise at a rotation of what? 90 degree. Okay, so it means that each of these points now, each of these coordinates, their coordinates will what? Will change. So we have to find the new coordinates. So how do we do this? Okay, let's do this together. So we know that normally this is how this Cartesian what? Coordinate is, okay? This is the normal one, y at x. So if it is turned anti-clockwise now, a rotation of 90 degrees, that means it will move this way, okay? Is that not it? It's going to move, so x will come up. So it means x now will become y. All right, so x will come up now and it will become what? Y. And y would go down. Okay, so y will go down and become what? Minus what? Y. So y will be equal to what? Minus y. Are you seeing this? Okay, so when you rotate it what? Anti-clockwise, that's, you know, anti-clockwise, the clock rotation is this way, clock rotation is this way, but anti-clockwise is what? This other way. And we moved what? 90 what degree. So it means x would come up, y will go down. So as x comes up, x becomes y, and y now becomes what? Minus y, because when you take it to this side, remember in our graph sheet, on this side, it will become what? A negative, okay? So y will become what? Minus what? Y. All right, so we have to now find the new coordinates of what? This w. So we have here, the first coordinate of this w is what? 2, 3. Okay, so our new coordinate, which is what? W prime, will be what? As I said, this is x and this is y. So x becomes what? Y. Is that not it? X becomes y. So it means that for our coordinate for y here, x becomes what? Y. So this will be what? 2. Y becomes what? Minus what? Y. So we are going to have what? Minus 3. Are you following me? Let us do another one together again. So here again we have
our old coordinates is what? X bracket what? 4 comma minus what? 1. So this is X and this is Y. Our new coordinates for X now, after the anti-clockwise rotation of 90 degrees, will be what? Our Y will become what? X. Since I said when we rotate, X becomes what? Y. Okay? So Y will be what? 4. Y, your new value for Y will be what? Minus Y. So it means we will have what? Minus times minus what? 1. And what is minus times minus 1? We are going to get what? A 1. Our next value, Y, which our old value is minus 3 comma minus 4. Here you have, this is X, this is Y. So Y prime will be what? X will become Y. So we have minus 3 and Y will become what? Minus 4, which is minus times minus 4, which will give us what? 4. So these are new values for what? Y prime. Then for our final value, which is Z, our old value for Z is what? Minus 3 comma 2. Our new value for Z prime will be what? This is X and this is Y. X becomes what? Y. So this value for X becomes what? Minus what? For new Z, it's what? Minus 3. Y becomes what? Minus what? Y, which will be minus times this what? 2. And we have what? Minus 2. So these are the new coordinates of what? A new quadrilateral after the anti-clockwise rotation, okay, of 90 degrees of this one, okay? So now we're going to get our point now. I'm going to use a black pen now. Okay, so our point for the new quadrilateral after an anti-clockwise rotation of 90 degrees, we have here X and Y. So W is what? X at what? Minus 3. Where's X at minus 3? Okay, this is X at minus 3 and Y at 2. So you can see here W becomes Z. Okay, so we have a point here, W. Okay, I'm going to use the black pen so we can differentiate our quadrilateral. Okay, the next one, XI. Okay, X1 becomes what? 1. X is 1 and Y is what? 4. Okay, so where is X at 1? Okay, X at 1 will be somewhere here, all right? And Y is what? Is what? 4. We have a positive 4. Is that not it? So where is X? Where is Y at 4? Y at 4 is somewhere here. Okay, so we are going to have our X point now becomes here. All right, I hope this is 1. Okay, let us check if this is 1. So we have here, this should be 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, then 0.8 plus another 0.2 will give us 1. So this is 1. Okay. So we trace that up down to 4. Okay. So this is our coordinate for what? Our new what? X1. Okay. So this should be W1, sorry, here. And this should be what? X1. Okay. All right. So for Y1, we have what? X at 4 and Y at what? Minus what? 3. Okay, so where is X at 4? X at 4 is here and Y at minus 3. Where is minus 3? Minus 3 will be somewhere here. This is Y axis. Minus 3 should be somewhere here. Okay, this is 2. This is 2.2, 2.4, 2.6, 2.8 and 2.8 plus another 0.2 will give us what? 3. So 3 is here. Okay, so minus 3, then we trace it down to X at what? 4. Okay, and this is X at 4. So our point is what? Here. Okay, and we have here Y what? 1. Okay, so our final point is what? Z prime or Z1. Okay, so Z1 has what? X at what? Minus 2 and Y at minus 3. So where is X at minus 2? Okay, so this is our X axis. X at minus 2 is over here. And where is Y at minus 3? This is our Y axis. Y at minus 3 is here. Okay, so we have our point here, X at minus 2 and Y at what? Minus 3. So we have this point here. Okay, so this is our point for what? Let's label it. Should we come down here? Okay, this point will be what? Or let's put it close by here. Z what? 1. So let us draw our quadrilateral out now. Okay, so we have this point and this point for W, this point for X. Okay, we have this point again here. That's for our second quadrilateral after an anti-clockwise rotation of what 90 degree. Okay, and we have another point here. Sorry. Okay, then our final point. Okay, so this is the final quadrilateral. Sorry for this mistake over here. All right, so this is the final answer. So this is the image of the second quadrilateral after an anti-clockwise rotation of 90 degrees. So do we notice anything at all with these two images here? You can see the shift of that anti-clockwise rotation. You can see W. Do you see this invert? You see the way W came towards here, and Z and Y became here, and what's the next one? Then Y and X came here. Okay, you can see that anti-clockwise rotation. You can just see that here. W, this is our first image, is that not it? W and X, you can see W came here, while X went there in the second image. So this is the answer for question 12B.
Question 13A of the WASSCE 2018 mathematics theory question. It says the frequency table shows the marks distribution of a class of 30 students in an examination. The mean mark of the distribution is 52. So we've been told our mean is what? As our x bar is equal to 52. And we've been told that the frequency table, the marks distribution of the class of 30 students. So we've been told the total frequency as 30. Okay, so total frequency is 30, which is summation of f is equal to 30. Okay, the question says find the values of x and y. Okay, to find the values of x and y, we have to have two equations so that we can equate them or use simultaneous equation to get one value, then get the other value. All right, so we have to have two equations here. But first of all, let's try to find the mean. Okay, let's try to calculate the mean with x and y. Okay, all right, so let's draw our table. So we have here marks, then our f, which is our frequency, then we have our fx. Remember that your mean, the formula for mean, you are going to state the formula for mean is equal to what? The summation of what? Fx over the summation of what? F. Okay, let me state it here. Okay, write the formula for mean as what? The summation of what? Fx over the summation of what? F. Okay, and our marks are what? 10. We have 20. We have 30. It's always good you separate it, okay, so you don't mix up the numbers. We have 40. We have 50. We have 60. We have 70. We have 80. And we have what? 90. Okay? So the frequency of 10 here from our table is what? 1. Frequency of 20 is 1. The frequency of 30 is x. The frequency of 40 is 5. For 50 we have y. For 60 we have 1. For 70 we have 4. For 80 we have 3. And for 90 we have what? 1. So we are going to get what? Fx. This is what? X. This x is your mark. So you multiply this. So 10 times 1 we have what? 10. And 20 times 1 we have 20. 30 times x we have what? 30x. 40 times 5 we have what? 200. 50 times y we have 50y. And 60 times 1 we have 60. 70 times 4 we have what? 280. And 80 times 3 we have 240. And 90 times 1 we have what? 90. So what's the summation of f? Okay, since our mean is what? The summation of fx over summation of f. For here the summation of, let's find the summation of f first. We have 1 plus 1, which is 2. 2 plus 5, that is 7. Plus 1, that is 8. Plus 4 we have a 12. And 12 plus 3 we have 15. And 15 plus 1 we have 16. And remember our x and y. So summation of f is equal to what? x plus y plus what? 16. Okay, that's when you add the total digits, we have 16. Then remember x plus y. All right, so let's find the total summation of what? Fx. So total summation of fx will be equal to, that we have our 30y and 50y. So you are going to write your 30x, I mean 30x plus what? 50y. When you add up all these digits, we're going to get what? 900. Okay, plus 900. All right, so this is summation of fx and what? F. So you're going to state here our mean is what? 30x plus 50y plus 900 divided by what? X plus y plus 16. And don't forget, we've been given our mean as what? 52. Is that not it? From the question, say the mean mark of the distribution is what? 52. So it's equal to what? 52. Okay, so let's try to simplify this so we have one equation. All right, from here we've been given our mean as what? 52. Okay, so let's try to simplify this so we have one equation. So all we need to do is what? Cross multiply. Is that not it? Take this here. So we are left with here 30x plus 50y plus 900 equal to 52 bracket x plus y plus 16. Okay, so we have here 30x plus 50y plus 900. If opening the bracket, we have 52x plus what? 52y plus what is 52 plus 16? Sorry, 52 times 16. We are going to get what? 832. Okay, so from here let us simplify. Let's take all the values of x and y to this side, bring the digits to this side. So here we have 30x, bringing 52 here, 52x, we have what? Minus what? 52x, then plus 50y, bringing plus 52y here, we have what? Minus what? 52y equal to 832. Taking plus 900 here, it's going to be a negative what? 900. So from here, what do we have? 30x minus 52y will give us a minus what? 22x, and 50y minus 52y will give us a minus what? 2y equal to this minus this will also give us what? A negative what? 68. From here we can simplify this, we can cancel out the negative sign, and we can also divide by 2 to make our equation simple. Okay, so we just say we divide both sides by what? Minus 2. So divide here by minus 2, divide here by minus 2, divide here by minus 2. So 2 in 22 will give us what? 11, and this negative will cancel out this 11, so we have 11x, and minus 2 in minus 2 will definitely give us a plus 1, and 1 times y is what? A y. So we have what? Plus what? Y. This negative will cancel out this negative, and 2 will cancel out as 1, and 1 times y is what? Y. And this will be equal to, this negative will cancel out this negative. 2 in 684, 2 in 68 will give us what? 34. Okay, so we have this equation here. So this is equation 1. All right, now remember that we're given the value of what? Our summation of f. We're given the value of our summation of f as what? 30. So this is what? Equal to what? 30. So this is our equation 2. Okay, so we can now use these two equations now to get our values of x and y. So from here, if we simplify this, okay, I'm trying to manage the space here, that's why I'm not solving it like in full, but you make sure you solve it in full. From here, if we simplify this, we're going to get here x plus y. Taking 16 to this side, we have what? 30 minus 16. And what is 30 minus 16? That will give us a 14. So we have here x plus y equal to what? 14. So this is our equation what? 2. Okay, so from here it is easy for us to cancel out, okay, using elimination method. All right, since we have y here, all we need to do is introduce a negative sign. So when we introduce a negative sign, we have this. So this negative sign will affect x, and this it will affect this positive sign. This will be a negative, and this 14 here will carry a negative. So we can cancel out this one. So we have here 11x minus x. That will give us what? 10x equal to what is 4. So what is 34 minus 14? 34 minus 14 will give us what? A 20. So from here we can simply get, okay, So from here we can simply get this is what 10x is equal to what 20. So divide both sides by what 10. And x is equal to what 2. 10 in 20 is what 2. So as we've gotten the value of x as 2, we can substitute this value into equation what 2, where equation 2 is what x plus y equal to 14. Okay, make sure you state that you say substituting the value of x as 2 into equation what 2. Okay, so from here we have 2 plus what y equal to what 14. All right, so take 2 to this side. We have y is equal to 14 minus 2, and what would that give us? 14 minus 2 will give us a 12. So therefore our values of x and y, x is equal to 2 and y is equal to what 12. So this is our answer to question 13a. Okay, so we're going to use this answer to complete our table for question 13b.
Question 13b of the WASSCE 2018 Mathematics Theory Pass question. It says, construct a group of frequency distribution tables starting with the lower class limit of 1 and a class interval of 10. Okay, we've solved the 13a, okay, where we were told to look for x and y. This was the table we were given in 13a and told to look for x and y, and the solution from our 13a, that's, you should have watched that video before this one, okay, is what the solution for x is what 2 and the solution for y is what 12. So this will be equal to 2 and this will be equal to what 12. So question 13b now says construct a group frequency distribution table. So we have to construct the table, and when you're constructing a table for your group frequency distribution, the three key things you're going to have is your class interval or class max. Okay, here it is class max. Okay, class interval or max. Okay, all right, this is the first thing you need. Okay, I'm going to draw a line here because it's a table. Okay, then the next thing is your class boundary. Okay, that's your class boundaries. Let's draw another line. Then finally your frequency, which you've been given here. Okay, okay, so just draw a table. All right, so you can actually call it the class max or class interval. Okay, that's for this. All right, okay, so what's our class interval? They said, the question said, and a class interval of 10. So we have from 1 to 10. What's the highest mark here? It was 9, is what 90. So we are going to have from 1 to 10, then to 90. So from 1 to 10, we have 11 to what 20. Then we have 21 to what 30, and we have 31 to 40, and we have 41 to what 50, and we have 51 to 60, and we have 61 to 70, and we have 71 to 80, and we have 81 to what 90. Okay, so we're going to stop at 90. So these are class what max. It stops at what the highest is what mark what is what 90. So this we're going to stop here. Okay, so our class boundary now. Okay, our class boundary says this is a 1 here, not a 0, so it won't start from a 0. It will start from what a 0.5 to what a 10.5. Now, how do you find your class boundary? That's this part. It's just, you just say the upper limit of this particular first class interval plus what the lower limit of the second class interval, then divide by 100. It's just saying 10 plus 11 divided by 2, and that which is 21 divided by what 2, and which you are going to get what 10.5. That's how we got 10.5. So you're going to start here also with what 10.5, and to get this next part is definitely this plus this divided by what 2. That's 20 plus 21 divided by 2, which is what 41 divided by 2, which will give us what 20.5. So you have what 20.5 here. We're going to start here with 20.5, and definitely this will be just add points, just 0.5 to the 30, okay? Because if you continuously calculate, if you calculate continuously, that's what we're going to always have. We have an addition of 0.5 to all this, all right? Okay, so we have here 30.5, or do you want me to do this again? Let me do this again for you. Here we have 30 plus 31 over 2. This will be what, 61 divided by 2 will give us what, 30.5. So you see what I mean? Okay, so we have 30.5 here. Then we have, let's just add 0.5 to all this, okay? So we have 40.5. We have 40.5 here. And we're going to have what, 50.5. Okay, are you following me? Are you with me? Here we have what, 50.5 here. And we're going to have here 60.5. Here we're going to bring 60.5 here, and I'm going to have 70.5 here. Here we're going to have 70.5, and we're going to have 80.5 here. Here we're going to have 80.5, and finally we're going to have what, 90.5. Okay, so these are class boundaries for this class marks. Okay, and our frequency from here, for the mark from 1 to 10, we have a frequency of what, 1. For 20, we have what, 1. We've calculated this x as 2, so for the class interval of 30, our frequency what is what, 2. For 40 here we have what, 5. For 50 we have what, 12. For 60 we have 1. For 70 we have 4. For 80 we have 3, and finally for 90 our frequency is what, 1. Okay, so this is the answer to what, question 113b. Construct a group frequency distribution table starting with a lower class limit of what, 1. Okay, and a class interval of 10. Okay, that's why you have 1 to 10. Okay, sometimes they might tell you to start with what, 0, so this will start with what, 0. Okay, but for us the question says what, start with 1. Then our 13c says draw a histogram for the distribution. Okay, so we're going to draw our histogram now. All right, okay, so in drawing we have to pick a scale. All right, now for our y-axis, what scale should we pick? For our y-axis, to draw a histogram, you draw your frequency versus your class boundary. Okay, so your frequency is going to be on your y-axis, while the class boundaries will be on the x-axis. Okay, so we're using our class boundaries to plot against our frequencies. Okay, so our frequency will be on our y-axis, while our class boundary will be on the x-axis. So I'm going to set a scale. You must always mention the scale you're going to use on your graph. Okay, so for my x-axis, that's on my class boundary. Okay, I'm going to use what, you're going to write it on your graph sheet. I'm going to use 2 centimeter to 10 units. Okay, since we have a difference of 10, 10, 10 here. All right, okay, this minus this is 10, this minus this, so I'm going to use 2 centimeter to 10 units. Then on my frequency, that's our y-axis, I'm going to use 2 centimeter to 2 units. Okay, so because the highest frequency here is what, 12. All right, so let's plot our graph now with our scale. Please make sure you state your scale down. All right, okay, let me have a straight line here. Okay, I think we can stop here. Okay, and here. So let's have this. It's our x-axis, and this is our y-axis. I hope you can see that. Okay, so on our x-axis we have 2 centimeter to what, 2 units. That's on our y-axis, I mean. So we have here 2, we have 4, we have 6, we have 8, we have 10, then we have what, 12. Okay, that's 2 centimeter to what, 2 units. And here we have what, 10 centimeter to what, 10 centimeter to what, 10 units. So from here to here we are going to have what, 10.5 using our upper class boundary. From here to here we have 20.5. okay, this minus this is 10. Okay, and here to here we have 30.5. we have here 40.5. we have here 50.5. we have here 60.5, we have here 70.5, we have here 80.5, and finally we have 90.5. Okay, all right. And we're just going to assume somewhere around here is 0.05, okay, because our class boundary starts from 0.5 to 10. But you know, histogram is always an estimate, okay? So let's just leave it this way. Okay, so for our first frequency, for our upper class boundary 10.5, we have a frequency of 1. So where will 1 fall? 1 will fall around here. Okay, remember how I told you to get the value of each of these lines? You just simply, since this is 2 centimeters to 2 units on our y-axis, you just simply say 2 divided by 10, which is about 0.2. So each of these spaces is 0.2. So to find where 1 will fall, we have 0.2, 0.4, plus another 0.2, that's 0.6, plus another, that's 0.8, then 1. 1 is here, okay? So we have our first value here. So we're going to draw a line. You know, histogram, you have no spaces, okay, but a bar chart, you have spaces in between them, all right? But histogram, there are no spaces between the class boundaries, all right? So for our next upper class boundary 20, the frequency is what? 1. Is that not it? I hope you're following me. So for 20, our frequency is what? 1. Let's draw a line here, down here, draw this down here. Okay, the next one, our frequency is what? 2. That's for 30. So 30 is 2. So from here to here, okay, we have here. Let's just leave this line. We will still trace it down. Then the next one is what? 5. Okay, for 40, we have here, where will 5 will fall somewhere here. Okay, this is 4, 4.2, 4.4, 4.6, 4.8, and 4.5. Okay, so we draw here. This is our class boundary. That's from 30.5 to what? 40.5. Okay, and we draw this. Okay, so let's get our class boundary for what? 40.5 to 50.5, and this is what? 12. That's the highest. Okay, this is the highest frequency here. So right here, so this is from 40.5 to what? 50.5. all right, and we draw down here. Remember, you're not to use a pen, an ink pen. You have to use a pencil to draw yours, HB pencil, okay? All right, our next one, class boundary from 50.5 to 60.5. That's from 50.5 to 60.5. We have 1. So it comes down back again to what? 1. And where does 1 falls here? Okay. So let's draw a line down here. Okay. All right. Our next class boundary, the frequency is what? 4. That is from 60.5 to what? 70.5. 60.5 to 70.5, and 4 is right here. That's the frequency. Okay. Okay, we can just draw this now, or let's just hold on. Okay, and our next class boundary is what? 70.5 to 80.5, which is what? 3. The frequency is 3. And where will 3 fall? 3 will fall somewhere here. Let's count. I think it will fall here. That's 2.2, 2.2, 2.4, 2.6, 2.8, then 3. Okay, and we'll draw this here. All right. Then the next one is what? 80.5 to 90, which is what? 1. So definitely we are going to have 1 here. All right, let's just draw. Okay, so let's finish this now. Okay, and finally this. So this is the answer to question 13(c), which says draw a histogram for the what? Distribution. So this is your answer. This is another mark. Now the next thing we have to find is question 13 what D. Use the histogram to what estimate the mode. Okay, we always use histogram to find the estimated what mode. So how do you do this? Now you're going to check in your histogram the graph. Okay, where is the highest bar with the highest frequency? This is it. Okay, so all you need to do is draw a line from the two class boundaries. Now from your lower class boundary, draw a line to meet on the side, the side of the next class boundary. Okay, from your lower class boundary, draw a line to meet the next lower class boundary, okay, of the next class interval. Okay, so draw a line to meet it at this point. All right, I'm going to draw this line. Okay, then from the upper class boundary of the bar with the highest frequency, draw a line to meet the upper class boundary of the one before this particular class boundary. Okay, that's from here to here. I hope you're following me. It's like just drawing a cross. Okay, but now the cross must touch this point and this point. Okay, then when you have this, you trace the point to the x-axis to get your estimated what mode. Okay, so let's trace this point. Okay, this point is going to fall here. Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to draw a line. Okay, I'm supposed to like trace it. Okay, we're supposed to trace it out. Sorry, I drew a line there. Okay, so just trace it out. Okay, not a line, just trace it out down here. All right. Okay, and what is this value here? We have to find it. So here we have 40 what? This is 40.5. Okay, so definitely this will be 41, this will be 42, this is 43, and this is what? 44. So definitely our estimated mode is what? 44. Okay, so the answer for our estimated mode is what? 44. So you're going to draw this, then trace a line, not just trace out a line to get your value on the x-axis. So our estimated mode is what? 44. So our answer is what? 44. So we've come to the end of the WAEC 2018 mathematics theory question. I hope you like the graph, the working with the graph. A lot of people have been asking, please help us, teach us how to plot your graph and all that. I hope this actually helped you out. Okay, and at least with some few of these tips you will be more confident. I hope so. Okay, and if you would like more of these videos where I plot a graph with on a paper physically, let me know, okay, in the comment below, and I will do more of them. Okay, thank you so much for staying tuned to DTW tutorials, and don't forget, Jesus Christ is coming soon. Give your life to Christ. You are destined to win. Bye.